Jó reggelt!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to welcome you all, separated from society, Jewish ghettos in Hungary and Europe. This is the title of our very conference, and we are today on the second day in the morning session entitled Ghettos in Hungary. I kindly welcome not only those who are present physically here, but also those who follow this event online with the help of the internet. And it came into my mind that just like other conferences which take place here at the Holocaust Center, or which have already taken place here, so we're going to make them accessible, most probably. And I'm pretty sure that 5 to 10 years or even 100 years time later, you will be and others will be able to revisit this conference and watch this conference, even if we would not be able to do so in the future. Our first speaker is going to be Kinga Frojmovic, who is going to join us online. Well, in connection with her, what I'd like to share with you is that I met her, or rather her name, a couple of years ago, who was one of the editors of a 2-volume, really important book, together with Géza Komoróczy, Andreas Stérlich. She worked as a historian in Jewish archives, and then she worked at Yad Vashem in Jerusalem, where she was heading the Hungarian studies, and currently she works as a main researcher in Vienna of the Holocaust Studies Wiesenthal Institute. She has various works. For example, in 2009, she published a book together with a colleague of hers, and then she also published a book about Jewish history in Hungary between 1860 and 1950. And I've Been a Stranger in a Strange Land is an English book of hers that I'd like to highlight. Today she is going to deliver her lecture entitled Ghettoization in Hungary in 1944, and I'd like to give her the floor. Good morning, thank you very much. And let me start my presentation, because as far as I can see, we are a bit late. Can you hear me properly? Okay. Well, the legal exclusion of Hungary's Jewish population from society as a whole had already taken place in the first Hungarian phase of the Holocaust between 1938 and 1942 through the so-called Jewish laws. After the German occupation of Hungary on the 19th of March 1944, the German phase of the Holocaust saw the physical exclusion of the majority of Jews in Hungary. The German phase was characterized by the fact that although the fate of the country's Jewish inhabitants was determined by the occupying German authorities, their pillaging, ghettoization and eventual deportation could not have taken place without the action of the Hungarian authorities. And the Hungarian authorities not only undertook to assist the occupying German forces, which were relatively few in number, on a one-off, intermittent basis, but the entire Hungarian administration was actively involved in the looting, ghettoization, concentration camps and deportation of the Jews throughout the entire period. The Hungarian state organs, led by the government and the ministries, issued a series of decrees ensuring the looting and physical segregation of the Jews until their deportation. Officials at all levels of the Hungarian administration, from government members, ministry officials, county and municipal officials, including almost all representatives of the gendarmerie and police, were actively involved in the implementation of these decrees. László Karsai puts the number of state officials actively involved in the government's anti-Jewish policy at around 200,000. The first tangible sign of physical segregation was embodied by Decree number 1240 as of 1944 of the Prime Minister, issued on the 31st of March 1944 on the subject of the distinctive marking of Jews. The decree was also relevant to ghettoization, as officially the move to the ghetto was only for those who were obliged to wear distinctive markings. According to the decree, from the 5th of April, all Jews over the age of 6 were obliged to wear a canary yellow fabric 6-pointed star 10 times 10 centimeters in diameter, sewn on the left breast of an upper garment when outside the house. Children under the age of 6 were therefore not obliged to wear the yellow star. Except from them, Jews who had received various honors for their actions during the First World War, 70% of war invalids, and those who had suffered persecution from their anti-revolutionary activities during the revolutions of 1918, 1919 were exempt from wearing the star. On the 7th of April 1944, Decree number 6136 as of 1944 of the Ministry of Interior of the transfer of Jews to concentration camps was issued. The confidential decree of the Ministry of the Interior was not published in the official gazette, but was sent by telephone, telegram, or courier to the relevant officials, the heads of the counties, the mayors, and the relevant heads of the police and gendarmerie. The opening sentence of the decree reads as follows: to this end, the Jews we'd like to cleanse the country from Jews. To this end, the Jews were to be transported to designated concentration camps or ghettos. The Jews had to close their homes and businesses and hand over a detailed inventory of their property and belongings to their removal committees before moving to the ghetto. Jews moving to the ghettos were allowed to take only 2 changes of underwear per person, 14 days food, and a maximum of 50 kilograms of luggage, in addition to the clothes they were wearing. The latter included the weight of bed linen, blankets, and mattresses. The regulation expressly prohibited the taking of money, jewelry, gold, and other valuables. The decree also established the order of deportation, known in the local parlance as the Purge, under which the setting up of ghettos and concentration camps and the resettlement of Jews began, first in Carpathia and in mid-April. The decree makes it clear that the German security services are only involved in an advisory role in the implementation of the Ghettoization and deportation. On the 22nd of April 1944, another decree was published, namely Decree number 1520 of 1944 of the Prime Minister on the self-government and representation of the interest of the Jews. The decree ordered the establishment of a new Central Jewish Council, recognized by the Hungarian authorities under the name of the Association of Hungarian Jews, to replace the Central Council of Hungarian Jews, which had already been established on the initiative of the Germans. At the same time as the new Jewish Council was established, the Minister of Interior, Andor Jaros, dissolved all other Jewish associations and organizations. On the basis of this decree, local Jewish councils were established in all settlements where a ghetto had been created as a branch organization of the Association of Hungarian Jews. There were also settlements where the occupying German authorities dissolved the local Jewish organizations and institutions within days of their invasion, and in their place, a Jewish council, all Elternrat in their parlance, was established. However, following the Ghetto decree, these German-appointed Jewish councils were mostly reconstituted in new or partly new formations before the Jewish population of the respective settlements moved to the ghetto. On the 28th of April 1944, that is after the ghettoization had already begun, a Ghetto decree was officially issued, Decree number 1610 of 1944 of the Prime Minister on the regulation of certain issues relating to the housing and residence of Jews. The decree was formulated in a conditional manner throughout. The administrative head of a settlement with a population of less than 10,000 inhabitants could oblige Jews living in the settlement to move to another settlement designated by him. In municipalities with more than 10,000 inhabitants, the first official of the jurisdiction, that is the chief bailiff in municipalities and the mayor in towns, may designate quarters, streets, and buildings within the town where Jews may continue to reside. Paragraph 14 of the decree clearly states that, and I quote, "The provisions of this decree shall not apply to a Jew who is not obliged to bear the distinctive sign provided for in Decree number 1240 of 1944 of the Prime Minister." Thus, under the terms of the Ghetto Decree, children under the age of 6 should not have been ghettoized. But this was not taken into account in any municipality in Hungary. On the 10th of May, László Endre, the State Secretary for the Interior, sent out an instruction by telegram throughout the country stating that, and I quote, "In all towns and villages where the concentration of Jews in ghettos cannot be carried out without hindrance for whatever reason, it must wait until the arrival of the advisors sent from the Ministry of the Interior," unquote. Endre, a notorious anti-Semite and a pioneer in the de-Jewification, was clearly not looking for loopholes, and his instructions were probably issued with the aim of making the ghettoization process more efficient, smoother, and less problematic. Nevertheless, this order provided an excellent opportunity to delay the ghettoization or even to shift the personal responsibility of county and municipal officials to ministry officials. However, very, very few officials in Hungary in the spring and summer of 1944 took advantage of this unexpected opportunity. After the publication of the government decree ordering the ghettoization on the 28th of April, a meeting was convened in each country, usually chaired by the deputy governor, to prepare the local ghettoization, after which the deputy governors of the counties issued a ghetto decree designating the settlements where ghettos were to be established and setting the pace of the move-in. In total, more than 150 ghettos were established in settlements outside Budapest. Following the publication of the decree of the deputy mayor, the mayors and chief bailiffs of the municipalities in which ghettos were to be established published a decision on the exact location of the ghettos, the procedure of moving in, and, where appropriate, the Christian population out, moving them out. The ghettos were set up in a wide variety of locations, some in the inner city, in the apartments in the most densely populated part of the city, some in slums on the outskirts of the city without sewers, and some in abandoned factories, mostly in premises unfit for human habitation. The ghettos were mostly occupied by women, children, and elderly men, as most of the men were conscripts. Moving to the ghettos took several days, in many places up to a week, and was carried out by the Jewish councils. As a first step, police and gendarmes in settlements of less than 10,000 people rounded up the Jews and in most cases detained them in the community buildings for a day or two until they had finished interrogating them and stealing their valuables. Then they were transported to the ghettos designated in settlements with more than 10,000 inhabitants. Meanwhile, in these larger settlements, the local Jewish population was also being moved to the area designated for the ghetto. The move-in and move-out of the Christian population was carried out at the expense of confiscated Jewish property. The mayor, the local police officer, or if the gendarmes guarded the ghetto, the gendarme commander regulated the internal order of the ghettos created in the so-called ghetto order. Within the ghetto, the Jewish councils usually also established an internal police force, the Jewish police. The city administration had to provide food for the ghetto from confiscated Jewish property. In most places, however, the ghetto residents had difficulty in obtaining even the minimum amount of food because the supplies they had brought with them were running out. In Hungary's rural ghettos, Jews stayed for an average of 1 month to 6 weeks. After that, they were transferred to the county's so-called veganization centers, that is, the collection camps. The transfer was almost invariably preceded by brutal interrogations of the ghetto residents, with police detectives and gendarmes using a variety of tortures, in the case of women, internal body searches, to try to find what they believed to be hidden Jewish property. The vegan tracking centers were usually abandoned factories on the outskirts of the city, suitable for large crowds of several thousand people, and either close to the railway station or where the train could go straight to the factory. In these camps, Jews lived in inhumane conditions, often without drinking water, food, or adequate shelter, for days or even weeks, waiting to be deported. Almost without exception, everyone from Hungary was deported to Auschwitz. Only about 15,000 were deported with their families to the labor camps in Vienna and the surrounding area. Despite the extremely meticulous regulation from government and municipal authorities, or perhaps because of the flood and variety of decrees and orders, there were still a variety of solutions in the ghettos. In the following, I will describe three cities, namely Szombathely, Nyíregyháza, and Hódmezővásárhely, which have very different ghettos. The examples of these three cities show that, at least in the creation of the ghettos, the local administrative leaders had a decisive say, and that much depended on their humanity or inhumanity. In each of the three cities chosen, the administration was headed by officials who had worked in the Hungarian administration all their lives and had been the leading officials of their city for a long time. The first town is Szombathely, the seat of Vas County. In this town, ghettoization was carried out in a typical manner. Within days of the German invasion of the country, the Jewish Council was set up on the orders of the Germans, who entered the city and was headed by Manó Vályi, a Jew who had been exempted from his merits in the First World War. SS officer Heinz von Arndt, local head of Eichmann Sonderkommando, refused to negotiate with Vályi. However, the new chairman, lawyer Dr. Imre Wesser, was arrested soon afterwards on the 24th of April because the Jewish Council refused to continue to meet the steady flow of German demand lists, and therefore reorganized the Jewish Council on the 25th of April, appointing Ferenc Zalán as its chairman, who was already having to meet the labor demands of the Germans. On May 6, 1944, the deputy governor of Vas County, Dr. József Tulok, issued a decree of ghettoization, designating the settlements where ghettos were to be established and setting the final date of the move-in on May 12th. On the 8th of May, on the orders of the deputy mayor, Dr. Hugo Mészáros, mayor of Szombathely, designated the location of the ghetto. Jews from Szombathely and the surrounding area moved into the ghetto around the synagogues of the city center between the 9th and 12th of May. 926 Jewish families, altogether 2,615 people from the city, and 16 families, 103 people from neighboring settlements moved into the ghetto. The internal life of the ghetto was regulated by the so-called ghetto regularizations issued on the 16th of May and the 1st of June by the Szombathely police captain, Dr. Géza Russai. The Jewish Council was responsible for their observance and for the internal order of the ghetto. There was also a Jewish police force in the ghetto. The local police raided the ghetto for the first time on the 22nd of May, searching for hidden valuables. More raids followed in the second half of June and early July, when Jews from the other ghettos in the country were brought to Szombathely.
By the second half of June, the ghetto's food supplies were exhausted. The Jewish Council repeatedly appealed to the city authorities on this matter, but their appeals were to no avail. From the 28th of June, the ghetto's inhabitants began to be moved out to the premises of the machine factory, which was connected to the Szombathely freight station by an industrial railway, where there was no water or no cooking facilities. The city delivered hot meals to the factory on only 2 occasions, on the 2nd and the 3rd of July, but only a few hundred people received them. The Jews of Szombathely were deported to Auschwitz on the 4th and on the 6th of July. The next town was Nyíregyháza, the capital of Szabolcs County, where the ghettoization was carried out with extra cruelty, in strict compliance with the regulations in force and courtesy of the city authorities. In this county, Dr. Sándor Borbély, deputy governor, sent out the country ghetto decree to the county officials on the 13th of April 1944. On the 14th of April, on the orders of the mayor of Nyíregyháza, Pál Szohor, the gendarmes began to move Jews from other settlements in the county into a ghetto in a block in the predominantly Jewish quarter of the town. On that day, 3,010 Jews were already admitted to the ghetto. The Jewish Council was established on the 15th of April on orders of the mayor. On the 23rd of April, the transfer of the Jewish population of the town to the ghetto began. After the move, the ghetto was extremely crowded, with about 11,000 people living in 123 houses. By the 10th of May, the number of people living in the ghetto had risen to 17,580, with the addition of those from the countryside. The overcrowding was somewhat alleviated by the fact that some of the rural residents were housed on a farm near Nyíregyháza. The conditions in the city ghetto were appalling, as the city itself was barely served by public utilities, and there were no water pipes or sewers in the ghetto area. The people living in the ghetto were interrogated and tortured by the gendarmes in search of hidden valuables. This was despite the fact that the rural residents had usually spent a few days in the synagogue of their own village or in other building belonging to the community, where they were interrogated by the gendarmes who were collecting them before being taken to the ghetto. The inhabitants of the ghetto were starving, as those from the countryside were not allowed to bring food and there was not enough water. The Jewish Council sent a letter to the municipal authorities informing them the situation in the ghetto, especially the risk of epidemics. The result of the letter was that the city authorities decided to relocate the Jews to 3 farms outside in the city. On the 5th of May, the Jewish Council wrote a petition to the mayor against the eviction from the ghetto. And it says, "Unspeakable physical and mental suffering will be inflicted on us if this expulsion becomes a reality. Far from any food centers, far from any health facilities, total physical degradation, the accompanying epidemic disease, and as a consequence, inevitable death awaits them." End of quote. The petition did not make a difference, and the deportation began the same day. The farms had no roof, and the Jews could lie down on the ground. And it was there where the typhus epidemic really broke out and claimed many victims. After moving to the farmhouses, the gendarmes once again brutally interrogated the Jews to see if they were hiding anything. Jews were deported from Nyíregyháza to Auschwitz in several transports starting in mid-May. The last town was Hódmezővásárhely in Csongrád County, and here for a moment I would like to add that the Hungarian internet, just to remind you that this presentation was put together before the pre-election, so I would like to make no reference to Hódmezővásárhely whatsoever. So this town occupies an exceptional place in the history of ghettos in Hungary, because despite the fact that the deputy county governor of the county had also designated Hódmezővásárhely for the establishment of the ghetto, no ghetto was established in the town thanks to the kindness of the town's administration. On the 6th of May 1944, Andor Dobai, the deputy governor of Csongrád County, issued the county's ghettoization decree, in which he stated that in the designated settlements, ghetto-like closed accommodation must be insisted upon. On the 1st of May, the deputy mayor of Hódmezővásárhely, Dr. Pál Bereck, sent one of the city officials, Dr. Antal Orsai, to the larger towns in the area to inspect the preparations for ghettoizations. On the 6th of May, the deputy mayor reported on his experiences and made suggestions, none of which were implemented, as Deputy Mayor Bereck had an excellent opportunity to stall for time. This was an instruction sent out by telegram on the 10th of May by the State Secretary for the Interior, László Endre, to the whole country, according to which, as already indicated above, wherever there was a problem with the ghettoization of Jews, it was necessary to wait until the arrival of advisors from the Ministry of the Interior. Bereck took the opportunity to officially inform the Ministry of the Interior that it would not be possible to establish a ghetto in Hódmezővásárhely. And this would require the eviction of farmers from their houses and their moving into the Jews' civilian apartments. However, these dwellings were unsuitable for keeping livestock and grain, and the peasants are therefore unwilling to move. So no ghetto was created in the town. Until the arrival of the Ministry of Advisors, Bereck gave Orsay a new task, giving the impression of activity. This time he had to go through the houses in the area designated for the ghetto, counting the rooms and the number of inhabitants. On the 19th of May, Orsay reported that during his tour he had found that the Jews living in the designated area had already moved in together, with 4 to 6 families living in each house. The reason for the voluntary intermingling was that the German forces in the town had evicted many Jews, so that those who were left without housing moved in with others. Bereck even convened an alibi meeting on the 31st of May to inform the farmers who were to leave their houses when the ghetto was set up. In the end, this ghetto came to nothing. It didn't take place. It wasn't established, and the Jews of Hódmezővásárhely were allowed to stay in their homes, although they moved in together in a peaceful manner. However, this could not avoid being transported to the concentration camp and from the deportation. So a brief overview of the ghettos in these three cities show that although Hungarian state legislation sought to regulate in little detail the ghettoization, looting and eventual deportation of the country's Jewish inhabitants, the leaders of each city had a variety of options for implementations, and they could choose what the mayors of Szombathely chose and avoid blatant cruelty. They implemented the decrees precisely, making the city Jew-free in a matter of weeks. They could also have chosen what the leaders of Nyíregyháza chose, where Jews were already living in such inhumane conditions in the ghetto that the typhus epidemic broke out. The survivors, weakened by starvation, disease, torture, physical and mental torment, boarded the deportation trains and arrived in Auschwitz so shattered that few survived. They could, however, have chosen what the brave deputy mayor of Hódmezővásárhely chose, who in the jungle of decrees and verbal instructions always chose the one that would allow him to gain time, so that the one that would allow him to defy the will of his superiors while remaining within the law. The Jewish inhabitants of this town did not escape deportation, but thanks to Paul Beres, they did not have to experience life in the ghetto. Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. And at the end of the session, we will have the chance to ask questions. The next presenter is going to be Attila Simon. He is the director of the Minority Research Center of Somoria, and he is the head of the history department of János Seje University. He is the external member of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. He is the author of two books, one published in 2018, We Were Just Standing and Crying, after the first Vienna decision. So this was published in 2018, and another one, Little Steps, Big Cults. This is a monography about József Szent Iványi. Attila Simon is going to speak about the following. The title of his presentation is Divergent Paths, Same Ending: Ghettos and Ghettoizations at the Reconnected Areas of Northern Hungary. Attila Simon, hello, you are online with us. Yes, I'm here. Welcome. You've got 20 minutes, please. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation. I truly hope that my presentation is visible. So with regards to the Upper Carpathian area, I would like to talk about the ghettoization of this region. So to a certain extent, the Holocaust of this region is kind of a white spot. It's not clarified. We've got no adequate resources. There is no local heroes, no local sinners, and in the common remembrance, we don't have much in terms of the Holocaust. Of the Upper Carpathian area. So this unclarity is the result of the fact that it is not delegated. Whose duty would this be to clarify this issue? Would this be a Slovakian? Would this be a Hungarian duty? Or would this be a Jewish duty to uncover this white spot? So there is no owner of this issue. So the Slovakian historian always stop at the first Vienna decision, and they don't carry on with their researches. On the one hand, because they don't have language competence, and the colleagues of Hungary, obviously they've got language competence, but truly, well, I think that they don't have the resources to cover these areas, having all the duties that they have in current Hungary. And the little literature that is coming up the surface is really about coming from the local historians of current Slovakia. Although there are promising signs, like just think of the author pair of Chois Geyer, who published a study in the English language about the Jewish flats of Košice. Just to give you an example of that, about this white spot, 2 years ago, Peter Kalmus at Losonc, he's a Slovakian artist, he made a Holocaust sculpture practically. He connected 70,000 pieces of stones together with wires, and the stones the number of stones represented the 70,000 casualties, the Jewish victims of Slovakia, not including southern Slovakian areas. So this clearly indicates that the Losonc area, which was Hungarian territory at the time, actually, so this is the monument which does not represent the victims of Losonc. So one way or another, we need to clarify this issue. In my present lecture, I cannot go further than giving you an overview only, the Holocaust of the Upper Carpathian area. And at the end, I'm going to raise the question whether there's any specificities of the Holocaust of the area which is different from the Holocaust of Hungary, of current Hungary. Very briefly about the Upper Carpathian Jewish communities. So I'm going to talk about the period of 1918-1938. So they lived under relatively democratic conditions, which was actually, there was no public talk of anti-Semitism in Czechoslovakia of the time, and obviously there was anti-Semitism in the Hungarian public, but it didn't come up the surface. In 1938, they faced two bad alternatives. One bad alternative was to go over to Hungary, where the first Jewish law, anti-Jewish law, was in power, or second, option number two is to stay there, and that's another bad option because from October 1938, Slovakia was an autonomous area, which meant that leading Slovakian politicians started to impose anti-Jewish laws. Actually, the majority of the Jews would have opted for Hungary. They demonstrated in favor of the reconnection of the area to Hungary, and for this very reason, especially for this very reason, it came to them as a shock, and which made them clear that they found themselves in a different world. So when the Hungarian defense forces came to the town and they damaged synagogues and they broke in windows, so that was what became apparent in the next few weeks. So before the reconnection, there was a Hungarian party in Slovakia which showed no signs of anti-Semitism whatsoever, but after the reconnection, right away, they started to sing the same song, and that party became anti-Semitic as well. Although the rhetoric was a bit different from the Hungarian anti-Jewish utterances, and they put emphasis to different areas like economy, society, education, etc. But for the Jaros and his company, so what they blamed, their blaming was that in the worst times of Slovakia, the Jews of Slovakia abandoned Hungary, and they declared themselves Slovakian Jews, and hence they contributed to worsening the very situation of Hungarians in Slovakia of the time, which was absurd, which was an absurd blame. So at the time there were 40,000 inhabitants, Jewish inhabitants, in Košice about 10,000, in Dunaszerdahely 2,500, Érsekújvár 2,500 inhabitants. So Losont more 1,700, Léva 1,200, etc. Or Királyhelmec, Ipolyság. You can see the numbers, the figures on the slide. So these were the most important Jewish communities and municipalities where Jewish people were present. So as for ghettoization of the area, gendarmerie districts were created and deportation zones were created. There were two big zones, zone number 1 and number 2. First zone included Gendarmerie District number 8 with the headquarters of Kassa, Košice, and the second was with the headquarters of Miskolc, Gendarmerie District number 7. And there was another related to the zone number 2, which was the second Gendarmerie District with its center in Székesfehérvár, which clearly meant that actually the first victims of the Holocaust came from Slovakia. Actually, I managed to make a list of 24 ghettos. Braham says that it's somewhat less. Out of these 24 ghettos, the larger ghettos there were 5 wagonization centers and some collection camps, and the rest included smaller ghettos. Somehow I'm trying to give an overview about them. I'm giving you this map, I'm showing you this map. So here we are. This is number 8, Gendarmerie District number 8 with its center at Košice. This area included Királyhelmec, Nagykapos municipalities, and the ghettos of these two municipalities. And the wagonization center was at Sátoraljaújhely, right here. I must tell you that at the ghettoization, the borders of 1938 were maintained to some extent, and the pre-1938 borders were considered. So there was a division of a certain extent, but in the case of Sátoraljaújhely, obviously this border was not considered, and Kaposvár and Sátoraljaújhely and the Királyhelmec people were transported to Sátoraljaújhely. Torny and Szepsi were the two other municipalities with the wagonization center at Kassa. In terms of Košice, well, I've got limited time, so I cannot go over all the ghettos one by one. The largest ghetto, which was at a brick factory, which was installed, which was built at the brick factory. At Gendarmerie District number 7, or Rozsnyó and Pelsőc, in the case of Rozsnyó and Pelsőc, there was a center at Hungary of the time, Miskolc, but Rimaszécs and Rimaszombat, the two municipalities, were directed to Salgótarján. As for Ipolyság and Losonc, these two ghettos, the center of those were at Balasagyarmat. In the case of Losonc, we should stop here for a second because there are a few issues, there are a few questions that are hard to answer even to this day. And one of the questions is from where the Jews of Losonc go to the center. Some sources say that there was actually on the right bank of the Ipoly River at Illéspuszta, there was there was a camp where the Jews were put into wagons. But if we read all the memoirs, for example, the books of Ilona Stendl, the Mengele girl, this is the title of the book. So they say that right directly from Losonc, 2 transports were launched to Auschwitz. At the same time, you can find no entries about this in the Košice list, but so I tried to crack this issue on my own, and I think that the situation was that the train coming from Balassagyarmat, I think some additional wagons from Losonc were connected, and for this reason there is no specific entry with regards to launching a transport from Losonc, but this is just an idea of mine. I cannot be sure about that. And let's take a look at the 2nd Gendarmerie district, which included most of the ghettos. Leva was one wagonizing center. The Jews of Verebey were transported there. The Jews of Parkai were transported there. Like Tamás Berec, who wrote a book, The Boys of Auschwitz. The title of the book was Boys of Auschwitz. So he was transported from here. And the next center was Komárom, Ógyalla, Nagymegyer, or Guta Jews were transported here. And Érsekújvár, Nagyselye, Galanta, and Vaksenacsare and the Nagysurány Jews were transported over here. But that's again problematic because the Jews of Galanta were transported to Komárom, but they would have transported through Érsekújvár, but still they were transported to Komárom. And there is the Dunaszerdahely community to where the Somoria community was taken. And there is the Szent community as well. So these were the Upper Carpathian Ghetto. So here, for a moment, I would stop at the Dunaszerdahely Ghetto. This is the map. This was called Little Palestine, this municipality. According to the census in 1941, out of the 6,500 inhabitants, 40% were of Jewish origin. So if you looked at the Jewish history of the municipality, so earlier they had a leading role in this town, and they had very serious, very powerful positions in terms of the culture and the economy, and how the life of the municipality changed after the reconnection. Well, that's an interesting issue. From the April of 1944, the Jews were removed of their homes, and on the 28th of April, the Ghettoization decree is released, and there were masses, almost half of the population of the municipality, and obviously there was not adequate amount of closed areas, shelters, so the Teleki Street, Barcsák Street, Rózsa Street areas, and the Main Street, one part of the Main Street area, gave room for the ghetto, where 3,200 people were crowded in.
It's true that this figure continuously changed because in Dunaszerdahely there were approximately 2,600 or even less, and from the neighborhood also the Jewry were transported here. But even during the weeks of ghettoization, men were taken to forced labor. In these weeks, the situation was extremely devastating because the representatives of the families were taken to the building of the gendarmerie. There they were interrogated, and they wanted to get their presumed properties. And, on the 20th of May, there was another decree passed that allowed Jews to leave the ghetto in case they have to just pay their duties, and if they would like to hand over they previously not handed over property, so this was an exception. So in this case, they could return to their homes. On the 8th of May, this ghetto area was cleansed, and the entire population of the ghetto was taken to this great synagogue, and the backyard of the synagogue, which was encircled with a wall. You can imagine how many people there were here, because also people who originally were located in a smaller ghetto were also transported here. They had to spend a couple of weeks here in very, very bad conditions. And then later, on the 15th of June, this was the point from where the deported trains started, while some gypsy music was playing, and they started their route to Auschwitz. The question arises whether ghettoization in the Transcarpathian area was different from the one in Hungary. As far as logistics is concerned, I think it was not different, because they were either working in brick factories, and they had the ghettos were located in brick factories and similar locations. However, the difference was, or there was some difference as far as human relations were concerned. People living in Transcarpathian had a different type of socialization, but it might not be true, because there were a handful of exceptions, just like the priest of the Christian community living there. So we do not have too much information of whether the population and the officials of Transcarpathian region had a different approach. So whether they had any solidarity with the Jews or not. But we had a couple of examples of the fact that they had conscious hostile behavior. For example, in the case of Rozhny, namely Roznava, they indeed had a very negative approach to the Jewry living there. And it is also a fact, and it is written down, that only a couple of people tried to help the Jewry living in this region. I have already referred to a person, Mr. Stern, who published his recollections, and he describes moving to the ghetto in the following way. So while we were transported to the ghetto, there were just groups of people who had a delighted face when looking at us while we were marching to the ghetto, and they were also shouting at us, stating that you deserve this. But the question arises, why? Whom have we hurt? They didn't want us, and even our previous neighbors and other people whom we knew by their faces seemed to be happy, and there were not a single person who wanted to just stand by us. There was not a single person who would have given us even a handkerchief to just make it possible for us to just clean our faces. And of course the gendarmerie was not friendly at all, based on the documents available for us. Viola Stern also put down a story from the brick factory describing how it happened when some young people were taken away, and even some of them were raped by the gendarmerie. And practically, it turns out from her reports that, even if the gendarme members and officials were socialized in Transcarpathia, they behaved exactly like others. And let me refer to the recollections of a person who who was living in Lutenet. His 5-year-old child was taken to Poland, and he said that, there was a physician with a cardiogram in his department, which was a rarity in our era, and the robbers couldn't agree on what to take away from us. Well, this is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much for the presentation. And the next speaker is going to be Linda Németh, who is a historian from the Holocaust Memorial Center. She studied at the Gáspár Károly University of the Reformed Church as a historian, and she is a member of the doctoral program of the university, and the title of her presentation is The Visualization of Rural Ghettos based on the collections of the Holocaust Memorial Center, and you are given 20 minutes for the presentation. I kindly welcome all of you, and yes, indeed, maybe the title is a bit difficult to be read out, and it's a bit tricky because at the very beginning I have to tell you that in the collection of the Memorial Center we do not have a wide range of resources with the help of which I would be able to introduce the rural ghettos to you. So I only have 4 photos from a location, so I'm going to have a very long introductory part in my presentation. So on why it is so, but it can be taken for granted that the history of Holocaust has huge resources. However, we do not have too many photos or videos, and especially such photos or videos which come from the real locations and real-time photos. And unfortunately, compared to the importance of the topic, we do not have too many photos. Most probably not too many photos were taken, but at least we have some. You may know that ghettoization took place in an urgent manner in Hungary, and it might also be a reason for having so few photos of the ghettoization of Hungary. Let me just tell you a couple of figures and data. So if you have a look at the deportations, we have 50 photos of Hungarian deportations altogether, and we have and taking into consideration that hundreds of thousands of Hungarian citizens had to wear the yellow star, and even though we only have 90 photos of Hungarians wearing yellow stars, and we had altogether 2,000 houses marked with yellow stars, and we only have a handful of images of these photos. Here we cannot see any interaction. We can only see the building and the door with the star. We do not have too many photos of protected houses, and we do not have a single photo whatsoever of the Budapest ghetto, a ghetto where more than 60,000 people were living for almost 2 months. We do not have photos of the event when people were shot to the Danube. We do not have photos about the dead marches. We do not have photos about hidden Jews or about and if we consider the exact topic, namely in spring 1944, almost 200 ghettos were created in the territory of Hungary, and we only know 52 photos of these, covering 10 locations. As mentioned before, I'm going to focus on the Körmend ghetto. And this is what I can introduce to you based on 4 photos. But as mentioned before, this is going to be preceded by a bit longish introduction. So on the one hand, I think we do need to know this background information, and based on this information, we will be evaluate that at least we have these handful of photos. So in this period, namely in spring, summer 1944, it's a question who could have be the owner of a camera. This was a very expensive, very rare object, so only people belonging to the medium or wealthy social class could purchase such a camera. And of course, there were not too many people who had the opportunity to have a hobby, just like taking photographs. Men were mostly taken as soldiers or to forced labor. And here I have to highlight forced labor as such. We know we have more photos of forced labor. Those who participated or who were here at an exhibition a couple of years ago could have a look at such photos. Unfortunately, I'm unable to just turn to the next slide. Okay, so this is in 2018 in the Holocaust Memorial Center we had an exhibition of Dr. Andres Santo, his heritage, and this was a very important material and an exceptional material which was taken to us by his son István Santo, because the father of István Santo took several photos during 3 months, so from October to December 1944, of the forced labor. And for each and every photo, he had some inscriptions, and there was also a diary. So we also had a narrative resource to these photos, and this is really a unique and exceptional resource and document, and we also published a book on this, so if you're interested you can have one. Getting back to the original question, who had the opportunity of taking photos? Of course, those who stayed at home were not in the mood of taking photos because, deportation, ghettoization, and veganization could not be documented in reality. I brought a couple of examples to you. A head of gendarmerie had recollections, and he said that there was a person who took photos of the deportations, and as a result thereof his camera was taken by the officials. And in June 1944 there was a meeting, and the documentation thereof says that it was forbidden to get closer to the camp. To get to the camp closer than 50 meters. So it's not a surprise that in Hungary in 1944, in a very historical environment, nobody really wanted to focus on taking photographs, and if it happened so, then the person involved must have been a very brave one. And this is why we had very strange perspective in these photos. So this is exactly what you can see in this photo. So that the photographer was hiding, and this is what we can see in this photo. Here, let me just take some side notes. I'm working with visual culture, so it's not by chance. You might know this location, which you can also see in the film Son of Saul. This shows what happened in Auschwitz, interaction, and I'm sure that you can recollect a point in this movie when Saul had to do some locksmith work, and in the meantime, the Sonderkommando wanted to take these 4 photos. So this is exactly what appears there. People from hiding wanted to take these photos, and it's very interesting what the after effects of these photos were, because huge debates was launched because of the photos, and there were 2 camps, so to say, in public opinion, or the philosophers and scholars working on this topic. Claude Lanzmann is a representative of one of these camps, who said that it should be forbidden to use these photos as resources because of moral reasons. So whenever there are naked people appearing in these photographs, so such photographs shouldn't be used. However, there is the other camp, including Goddard or Uberman, who is a philosopher and art historian, and maybe one of the most decisive theoreticians of our age, and who is focusing at the aesthetics and the theory of images. And he says that these have a document value, not by themselves, but in connection with the facts and figures. And of course, these photos are existing, so we should pay attention to them. So, so the Son of Saul's perspective has a fantastic approach, and exactly for this reason. This is just a very tiny little part of the movie, lasting for a couple of seconds. However, during the movie, we can see all the terrors that happened in Auschwitz. However, with the help of information deficits, because the images are very often blurred. So this was simply just some background information. I simply wanted to tell you why we have such images. Getting back to photos taken in Hungary, so I also refer to bravery. Sometimes people use their family members in order to be able to take photos, regulations prohibiting certain things to the Jews. So, for example, they were taking photos of their children in a manner that the kids were standing in front of the document they wanted to take a photo of. And, within the walls of the ghetto, there was no opportunity whatsoever of taking photos because all their properties were confiscated. It was very difficult to get inside into the ghetto. There might have been certain occasions, but we do not know of any such. And of course, the other side, so the question might arise whether the other side wanted to take any photos or not. I think in their case it was not really reasoned, and if they did take certain photos, I'm sure that these photos were later destroyed. There were some photos taken, however, the negatives were later burned. So this book is a fantastic book written by Ilona Stemlerné. It is entitled History and Photography. I kindly recommend this book to you if you're interested in what a scholar can expect if he or she is interested in the photography or the related technology of a certain age, of a certain era. So summarizing, so most probably more photographs were taken compared to what is available for us right now. And we also have to know that the communist dictatorship started pretty soon after the Second World War, which wanted to silence the history of the Holocaust. And of course, it also didn't help in starting to collect these photos in a very structured manner. And this is also why many of such photos were most probably, deleted pretty much. There have been many publications focusing on the afterlife of the photographs available for us. So what happens with the photograph? A photograph is about a single moment in time, and the photographs represent the subjective opinion of the photographer, and in the moments directly after taking the photos, it is also possible to modify the photos on the one hand, and on the other hand, to write some description to the other side of the photograph. Of course, it can also be done by by later users of the photograph. And currently we are living in an era where everything is dominated by the internet, allowing us to modify photos, and it means that many fake ideas can also be connected to photographs. But of course it was true from the very beginnings.
So the reason for this manipulation may be, of course, something positive, so not necessarily negative attitude, so not necessarily the fact that the maker of the photograph wants to do harm, maybe just wants to improve some things, but it may happen that you find a photo, but no one remembers the environment of how and when the photograph was taken. At the same time, important historical figures are attached to the photograph, or simple as that, photographs are not handled properly in a professional manner. It often happens happens to collections, etc. Or a photograph is made just for illustrative purposes, for making a study, or just to publish it on an internet site to illustrate what's written in a text. And very often it's just simplified as an icon, and you cannot find out all the meanings of multiple layers that it may hold. So the very form, the shape, or the content of a photograph, when you put together a publication, so for example a typographer is just has just limited just limited potential to show the image, and for this reason it presents the image in a different way. So whether it's conscious or an unconscious way of putting the image into a different context, it doesn't really matter. So it practically shakes our trust put into a certain image on the one hand. On the other hand, the interpretation that is potentially put attached to the image. In case we do not attach a text to an image, that's a big problem. That's a big mistake. So you should not remove an image out of its coordinates of space and time. And for example, if the content and the image do not go hand in hand, then you cannot help finding yourselves coming to a bad conclusion. So there is 4 important points that should be attached to a certain photograph in a compulsory manner. That is location, date, the very subject of the image, and who the photographer was. Actually, that's the rarest when we can have all 4 pieces of information together. I think many know Fortepan website. You can find lots of photographs there related to the Holocaust period of Hungary. And actually there is the Holocaust Photo.hu, another source aimed at collecting all national and international images related to the Hungarian Holocaust. So if you're a scholar, if you're a professional researcher, or you are just an amateur, someone who is interested in the subject, you can find this source. So Holocaust Photo is an image that illustrates Jewish discrimination, and it was made between 1938 and 1948, which shows the humiliation of Hungarian Jews wherever, anywhere, inside or outside Hungary. But if you do not have the subject or the maker of the photograph, then you cannot handle that certain photograph, a full value photograph, and you need to be very careful when it comes to using that piece of photograph. So if you check the sources of a given photograph, you often find information, but sometimes it's very, very hard to uncover who the maker was, where the photograph was shot. So unfortunately, it is. So if you wanted to apply a photograph at a study of yours, for example, you may come across the fact that you find the same photograph with different dates and with different descriptions in different sources. So, for example, Graham's Holocaust Encyclopedia is one example to that. And really, I'm getting lengthy, so let's go to the concrete images. So this is going to be a series of photos from the Körmend ghetto. A couple of words about Körmend municipality itself and what happened at Körmend in the era. So Körmend is a municipality near Szombathely and Zalaegerszeg in Vas County, in the western side of the country. Inhabitants 10,000. Even today, 10 to 12,000 inhabitants, and as a consequence, looking at the consequences of the anti-Jewish laws, 180 Jews were deprived of their voting rights. 8 Jews were dismissed from their public positions, and they created Körmend was put under operational zone number 5, which was the Western Hungarian zone. And on the 9th of May 1944, the decree was released, according to which how the ghettos should be established. In the case of Körmend, that took place in and around the synagogue and the surrounding streets. As for, actually it was surrounded by a wooden fence, and approximately 300 Jews were captured in the ghetto. And some other Jews were transported from the surrounding areas in May, throughout May. And actually the Jewish Council was put together, which was kind of a public administrative body of the Jews, and the deportation got started in June, and in July 380 people were in the ghettos, not including men, because they were taken to slave labor, forced labor, so mainly elderly people, women and children. At the beginning of July, 15 were sent to Kőszeg, but the majority of them were transported to the ghetto of Szombathely, and from there they were forwarded to Auschwitz. The sources say that out of the Körmend Jews, 20 to 25 people were the ones who managed to return home. Now let's take a look at the photographs. This is the first one. This is the ghetto of Körmend, 2nd of June 1944. So this is the fence on the Lajos Dénes street. This picture number 2, this is the entrance of the fence, again from the street Lajos Dénes. On the left side you can find an undertaker's home and actually a doctor's home as well. So after the closing, after the fencing off, there was a door which was accessible on foot and which was used on foot. I wonder to what extent you can see that on the image. Photograph number 3, that shows the fence from Széchenyi Street. Actually, this is for carriages, horse carriages, this gate. For the ghetto inhabitants, they had to constantly guard the fence, so they had to check the incoming and outgoing traffic, and at the same time they had to keep an eye on fire issues and air defense issues. This is not strictly to the ghetto. This does not depict the ghetto. Actually, this is sending out the ghetto people of Körmend to the railway station. So this is the perspective that the photograph was shot from cover. This was made on the 19th of June from a home, from a balcony of a home of a public administration official. Yes, I'm coming to the end, so really just a summary that I need to deliver. I'd like to just confirm that really when it comes to the resources of Holocaust, the visual is lacking, really, visuals are lacking. And whatever we know, whatever we've got as photographs, those are available without any descriptions. Maybe they were changed, they can be found on the internet. And the biggest problem is with these photographs is that it may give grounds to make Holocaust a relative, and not necessarily to deny the Holocaust, but to relativize the Holocaust. So you need to be very careful when it comes to the use of these photographs. So I cannot confirm enough that, strong enough, that it's very important to seek and find photographs from, for example, from family heritages, and it should be handled by professionals. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much. Okay, we've got very limited time left for questions and answers, but we've got a good 10 minutes to ask questions. So this is the time to ask your questions, please, if you've got any. Yes, please.
First of all, I would like to thank three speakers. Extraordinary session from me. I learned a lot, so thank you very much. And I do have a couple of questions very quickly, since we don't have much time, for Dr. Frojimovic. In your overview of the Hungarian situation, you mentioned the masses of local administrators, 200,000, who are somehow involved in the anti-Jewish policies. Could you say just a few words about the role of so-called bystanders, in other words, not the administrators, but simply simple people? Are there any studies in Hungarian about Hungarian popular attitudes? Something that Dr. Attila Simon referred to. To Dr. Simon, I have a question. Any information about Slovak local authorities? Were there any local Slovak authorities in the annexed territory Transcarpathia that would have something to say? And finally, to Dr. Nemeth, thank you for the pictures. Just a comment here. It's quite interesting that now I am monitoring from time to time eBay. It seems that out of Germany there is a steady flow of new photographic evidence of the Holocaust for one simple reason. It's the third generation, the grandchildren who don't have a clue and don't care. They care about 100, 200, 300 euros they can earn per picture. And the question is, well, is your center monitoring this kind of information? Because there seems to be a lot of pictures flowing out, probably also out of Hungary. So these are my questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions. És most akkor...
Okay, then Kinga was addressed, and Attila Simon as well. So hopefully they are online and they are able to deliver answers to the questions. Yes. Is it translated into English? Is my... Okay, I'm going to talk in English. I'm going to talk in Hungarian. It's going to be translated. So, thank you so much for the question. Actually, when it comes to research of the Holocaust, it's always the problem who the bystander was. really? Who was the external person? Who should we call an external, a bystander? Yeah, obviously, in accordance with this, the 200,000 public administrators, they are not those. They were active. Yes, they actively participated one way or another in the processes, in the exclusion and in the ghettoization and the deportation of Hungarian Jews. At the same time, it was not true for the public administrators only. So, for example, when it comes to countryside ghetto, and during which the Jewish person made its way from rural ghettos to central ghettos, from rural areas to central ghettos, many people participated. So, for example, the carriage driver, the horse carriage person who transported the people to the ghettos. Just to give an example. And many other roles could be addressed, and not just in case of deportation. So even previously, during the exclusion process. So, for example, when someone was reported just because he wanted to occupy his position, and that person in question was, for example, a Jewish person and was sent to slave labor. So they were. So would you call this person an active or a passive? So there were people who were indeed just bystanders, the passive seers or lookers of what happened. But if you take a look at it as the complete period of 1938 and 45, and who are the ones who did not participate whatsoever in any way or another, it would be very hard for me to give you an answer to that, if that would be the question, if that was the question. Attila, please. Well, to be honest, I did not really understand, for language reasons, I did not understand. So could you please help me out what the question was? So if I understood correctly, the question...
Rephrase it. The question was, we are talking here about if I understand correctly, the annexed Slovak territory. And my question to you was there were any local Slovak authorities on the level of villages, municipalities preserved by the Hungarian regime? And if yes, were they implicated in any way in anti-Jewish measures in 1944?
Tehát a kérdés azzal van kapcsolatban, hogy működtek-e szlovák hatóságok azon a területen.
Now the chair is repeating the question in Hungarian. Well, that area, that territory that returned in November 1938, that was fully under Hungarian administration. There was no room, no military, no public administration was apparent on the area from the Slovak side whatsoever. So in this respect, the handling of the Jewish questions, the deportation, was the task of the Hungarian authorities. So if that was the question, then this is my answer. This is a very simple answer to your question. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes, please. Thank you. Clio Institute, István Miksa. To Attila Simon, my question is this. It wasn't really clear to me in your lecture that the Rozsnyó Reformed Church and what the request from the converted people was, because it wasn't really obvious who asked what from who, and what wasn't unclear that you mentioned gendarmerie at Rozsnyó, and then we make a skip, and then we found ourselves in the collection camp, which was at Miskolc. So the brutality was relevant in Rozsnyó or in Miskolc at the brick factory. That wasn't really clear. And to Linda Németh, my question is this. In the 40s, throughout Hungary, what is the amount of photographs with regards to Hungary in the 40s, or for example, prisoners of war camps or returning people. So are they photographed? So the problem is actually that photography as such was not very popular. So really that was kind of a hobby for the middle class. And yes, that after 1945 it was not allowed to communicate anything about the Holocaust. Well, actually the very first wave of the Holocaust literature came about in 1944 and 45. So I didn't really understand your remark on this issue, but thank you so much, and they were very inspiring and interesting lectures. Thanks a lot. Okay, then let me start, and thank you for the question. Well, the issue is that when I prepared myself for this lecture, I obviously reviewed many things. I reviewed the press of the era, and I found some articles about the fact that the Reformed Church representatives had a meeting on May 1944, and the request was to abolish the special situation of converted Jews. So I just wanted to. I did not want to put much emphasis on this issue. I just wanted to highlight that their attitude in Slovakia was the same as in Hungary. So, because quite often the excuse is that during the 20 years spent under Slovakian reign, the people there changed. But this is not the case. This is not true. They behave the same way, just like in Hungary. Rozsnyó, I just mentioned because so that the example of mine was just related to Dunaszerdahely. So the people of Dunaszerdahely are taken to the offices of gendarmerie to beat them up and to find out whether they've got any assets left. But that was the same thing at Rozsnyó. These were general issues, to be honest, unfortunately. Thank you. Okay, so you're asking the number in the 40s, the number of photographs. I do not have a concrete figure, but I can just confirm that during the time where photography was not self-evident, just like what we have it today. So like you've got a camera at your hand. So there was a very little amount of photographs taken. But for example, if you're talking about the expectation from a researcher, so you may think that you come here and that we are loaded with photographs. So you may think that we've got lots of resources. Perhaps my wording was not precise. What my point is that there's various segments, and we don't have that many. And perhaps you have more information about ghettos themselves than what I could show you on photographs. I'm sure that we agree that we've got professional collection of photographs only from the 90s. So I have no information about the fact that there was any institutional or national initiative for collecting photographs from the 40s up until the 90s. And for this reason, I think that many photographs were lost. I'm not saying, so I think the environment before the 90s, the public discourse or the public institutions were not very supportive. So for example, today we've got lots of announcements saying that yes, if you've got legacy, if you've got heritage of this era or that era, please contact us, etc., etc. So this was my point. Yes, what I would like to add here is that Linda mentioned that there are no photographs of people being shot into the Danube, but we've got photographs about the dead corpses. So, for example, I had access to the photo archives of the military, and there are photographs available. Malenki robot, there are no photographs, but for example, we've got photographs about people who returned from the Soviet capture. And yes, as for the last answer, I do not wish to ask a question. I would like to, if Attila Simon is with us, I think the question was not whether the Slovak authority had any role in the ghettoization of the area, but whether the local authority and whether the attitude of the Hungarian people relocated there for administrative purposes. So was there a difference between the attitude of local authorities and from those authorities who were relocated from Hungary to the region? Okay, I understand. Thank you. Perhaps this was the question. Yes, actually, no difference. So that was a Slovak area. Okay, I understand. It's not a Slovak area. It wasn't a Slovak area for us at the time. Well, to be honest, we should have more research, more extensive research. So these areas are not fully uncovered, but I'm sure that in the first period after the reconnection, there were differences between the attitudes of the locals and the new locals. I do not see that difference in 1944. But I made a reference to this issue when I was talking about the gendarmerie, so that we should take a closer look at that. So from where gendarmerie personnel came, we should very precisely look at the sources. So who were the local authorities? So for example, we know that from 1940 on, even in 1939, when Teleki came after Imredi, the prime ministers, and there were some new promotions and new mayors were promoted from the Hungarian homeland, so to say. But on the lower levels, at the lower positions, there were locals and new locals in the proportion of 1/3 to 2/3. I think that when it comes to the full history of Holocaust, this has not been uncovered, this has not been looked at. Thank you so much, Csilla Fedinec, and thank you for the answers. Well, to be honest, really, we must come to an end here. I would have lots of questions, but perhaps I'm going to ask them in an email. Coffee break is around the corner. What's more, we consume 10 minutes of the coffee break, because what we usually do, the way we usually finish a session, is that you can continue talking about this issue throughout the coffee break. This is something you cannot do in the moment because two of the presenters are or were online. So we've got 10 minutes left. Thank you so much for your attention, for your active participation, for the presentations. Let's resume at 11. Thanks.
Tisztelt konferencia, kedves vendégek, jelen és távol.
So, dear conference, dear guests, those present physically and those who join us via the internet. Well, we are going to continue our conference with presentations about the Budapest ghettos. First, we're going to listen to Erika Szívós, who works at ELTE University. I'm so sorry, it's pretty difficult for me to find the exact name of the faculty, but she's from the Faculty of Humanities, so she doesn't work at the Research Center, but at the Faculty of Humanities of ELTE University. And she's heading the department of ELTE. And let me just highlight a couple of her known works: The Heritage City, recollections from the 19th and 20th century, and in Hungarian and English, a very important history or book of art history was also published, covering a very important period. And there is a very excellent and exciting publication that she published together with two other scholars. This is the diary of an expecting mother, because there was an expecting mother who took notes during the period of the Holocaust, and she is a very important person with her recollections. Well, Erika Szivos is going to speak about ghettoization and the experiences thereof. I kindly welcome all of you and thank you very much for the invitation for this conference. Well, let me start, and hopefully everything will work properly. The German occupation of Hungary in March 1944 and March 1945, a series of measures and decrees took place both at national and local level. The decision to deport the Jewish population of Hungary was taken as early as April, and the ghettoization of rural Jewry soon began, followed by mass deportations from the 15th of May. Budapest, as it is well known, would have been the last zone from which deportations would have begun in July if Governor Miklós Horthy had not stopped the deportations in June. The publication of the so-called Auschwitz report, domestic protests, pressure on Hungary from the United States, neutral countries and the Vatican, and the Allied landings in Normandy all played a role in his decision. In any case, the ghettoization of the Jewish population of Budapest began in June 1944, facilitated by the inauguration of the new mayor in June, Farkas Ákos Dorogi, elected on 19th of May to replace Károly Szendi, who had resigned earlier because of the German occupation. But the ghettoization in Budapest was different from that in most of the German-occupied European countries and most other cities in Hungary. The city authorities did not designate a certain contiguous area as a full settlements for those who qualified as Jews, but obliged them to move into so-called star houses. These are well-known photos that I'm going to share with you, as discussed by Linda Németh. Only few photos remained in existence of these star houses, and everyone uses pretty much the same photos. Well, I tried to make a bit of a research before my presentation, but unfortunately I couldn't find newer photos, but of course I'm not going to give up. So the name derives from the fact that the buildings had to be marked with a yellow Star of David, 30 centimeter in diameter, painted on a black background on the gate. And it should be noted that from July 1944, separate houses for Jews of the Christian faith were also planned, but this did not materialize in large numbers. But there were Christians, Christian but Jewish residents or residents who were Jews. The yellow star on the white cross on a black background were combined on the gate. So this is also really important. It should be noted that the practice of star-shaped, marked houses was not unprecedented in Hungary. In some of the Hungarian towns designated as assembly areas in the earlier deportation zones, the ghetto was not always continuous, fenced-off area. It happened especially in smaller towns that separate houses were also designated for this purpose. This was the case in the outskirts of Budapest and in the outlying settlements in several places such as Kispest or Újpest. So the star-marked houses are not unique for Budapest only. So from this respect, the title of my presentation might not be perfect. In Budapest, however, this way of concentrating the Jewish population was systematically extended to the area, to the whole area of the city, which, according to some literature, served primarily strategic purposes. Both Random Bram and Tim Cole repeatedly point out that one of the aims of the spatially dispersed star-marked houses spread spread throughout the city was to reduce the risk of Budapest being bombed. The supposed rationale was that if the Jewish population in the capital was concentrated in one specific area, in a single large ghetto, the rest of the city would be more likely to be bombed. If, on the other hand, the star-marked houses are scattered throughout the city, then those districts will avoid bombing. So this was the motivation behind. However, it hasn't been proven by any document, so it is questionable whether this was the reason behind or not. On the other hand, it can be taken for granted that the ghettoization by using star-marked houses also had certain housing reasons, because various buildings, various houses were emptied, and mostly houses of higher quality than the average in Hungary. The number of apartments abandoned by Jews throughout Budapest was 28,000, scattered in a total of 10,000 houses. The number of star houses that accommodated them was only 2,600, with far fewer apartments in all. So, thus, the star houses housed people in much more crowded conditions than the conditions from which they came from. So there was a specific person designated to manage these buildings, and this person was directly reporting to the Minister of Interior, and in the majority of the cases these apartments were given to non-Jews whose apartments were damaged by the bombs. And the list of star houses broken down by districts, streets and houses was published in the Budapest Gazette on the 16th of June. The spatial distribution of star houses was very uneven. Most of them were on the Pest side, and this is pretty much visible even if we have a look at visual or text-based resources. As in my background, so in the slide you can see, in district number 1, there were only a couple of star-marked houses. However, in the 7th district, of course it's not a surprise, a much higher number of houses were marked with a star. So those districts were very densely, I would say, populated by star-marked houses. There were a higher number of Jews. One of the criteria for being classified as a star house was clearly the composition of the housing stock. In general houses, where half or more of the residents were Israelite or Jewish by law were designated. According to my own research, the religious denomination of the house owner also played a role. So if this person was Jewish, this was another reason to classify the tenement as a star house. The proportion of Jews and non-Jews in a building was not determined by the 1941 census. Obviously not, because, on the other hand, the number of residents could change in the intervening 3.5 years. And on the other hand, the 1941 census still indicated the denomination, whereas in 1944 racial criteria were already used. And of course, therefore, at the beginning of June 1944, the capital authorities carried out a rapid survey of the city's housing stock and its residents. The landlords were obliged to provide data of the inhabitants of their houses. They thus played a key role in the survey. However, the first ghettoization decree was thoroughly revised within a few days. As a result of the widespread public protests and petitions from house owners, many houses marked as yellow stars were removed from the list, and many of the houses that had been omitted were added to the list between the 16th and the 22nd of June. The metropolitan authorities were inundated with applications from the Ghettoization decree of the 16th of June 1944, from Christian applicants to Jewish applicants and applicants from mixed marriages or mixed families. In the background, there were various reasons. Mostly Christian owners, or more precisely non-Jewish owners, appealed to the authorities to have their houses taken off the list. Non-Jewish tenants applied to be allowed to stay in their homes, since the very first version of the concept was that non-Jews should have been moved out of the star houses. Finally, Jewish applicants applied to have their houses declared star houses in order to avoid being moved. On the 22nd of June, a new decree of the mayor was published in the Municipal Gazette, adding more houses to the list of the 16th of June, while deleting quite a few. Following protests and requests, the list of houses was significantly modified and a new enforcement order was issued for mixed houses. As a result thereof, Christian residents were allowed to keep their apartments even if they were in a star house. Jews, however, were not allowed to stay in a non-star house after the 22nd of June. The extent of changes can be illustrated by an example from the 7th district. Here, I'm speaking about the district of Budapest in a nutshell, to which the majority of my studies have focused in the past 9 to 10 years. So namely the internal area of District 7, which is called Erzsébetváros. So this is, now here comes an example of Klauza Square, District 7. The decree of the 16th of June classified 5 houses in Klauza Square as star houses, houses number 1, 3, 4, 6, and 9. The decree of the 22nd of June then added 3 more to the existing list of star houses, namely number 5, 15, and 16. So this is what are indicated in yellow. So lighter yellow, the ones indicated with or marked with a star in the first round, and then in a darker yellow or orange, those 3 added. In other words, half of the houses in the square were declared star houses, a very high proportion even for the 7th district, which has the highest concentration of star houses. Let me go back to the previous slide. So this is the csillagosházak.hu website. This is the opening page of the website. I'm going to speak about this website later on. In this map, it is visually indicated what I was speaking about. Namely, you can see the district of Budapest, and you can see the very different proportion of star-marked houses found in the various districts. If you have a look at the right side, namely the Pest side, you can see that the concentration was much higher than on the Buda side. So getting back to Erzsébetváros. So this part of the 7th district. Unfortunately, in this short presentation, it is impossible to go into detail about the differences between districts, including patterns of public attitudes towards star houses. But it is reasonable to assume that they may have varied from one neighborhood to another. As a specific example, I would like to highlight the field of my own research, the inner Erzsébetváros, the part of 7th district within the Nagykörút. So here there was a very long tradition of Jewish and non-Jewish coexistence. Everyone, including Christians, was used to a high proportion of Jewishness, and there was a high degree of symbiosis. So not only within a single house, but surprisingly, there was also a significant degree of mixing within individual households. So as I have stated in previous studies of mine, it was pretty much characteristic that within the same household there were Jews and non-Jews cohabiting either as mixed families, or that the employees were non-Jews and the family consisted of Jews, or sometimes the masters were cohabiting with non-Jew students, or sometimes people were sharing apartments, or the tenant was Jew and the landlord was non-Jew, or just the other way around. And it was pretty surprising for me, especially from the time of the 1944 census, and because we do know that the political environment, the political atmosphere, the situation was not really for this type of mixed cohabiting. So this is not typical. This particular microcosm was somewhat similar to those parts of Budapest where mixing was similarly common, so most notably some areas of Central Józsefváros, Terézváros, and Újlipótváros. Having become aware of the local specificities, we can conclude that the 5 months of existence of the star houses offer a number of lessons for the local attachment of the inhabitants of a neighborhood and indirectly for the relationship between the Jewish and non-Jewish population. As mentioned before, the addition to the list of star houses was mainly the result of requests from owners and residents. The inclusion of houses number 5, 15, and 16 Klausaltér in the list shows that there was a strong, in quotation marks, demand for yellow star houses in the neighborhood. At the same time, the fact that none of the 5 tenement houses designated on the 16th of June had been removed from the list by the 22nd of June suggests that the Christian residents of Klausal Square did not show any particular opposition to the designation of their houses as star houses. Well, no, I'm not going to get into the further detail, but this very specific behavior of local non-Jews is also shown by the fact that, based on a survey carried out at the end of November 1944, 144 out of the 162 star houses in the 7th district were partially inhabited by non-Jews. So it shows that non-Jews didn't want to leave this district as opposed to it being stigmatized, and even though theoretically they had the opportunity to do so. And based on my research on Inner Erzsébetváros during World War II, partly statistical and partly micro-level research on individual households and their family histories, several explanations are offered. Well, in this part of the 7th district, the big ghetto was created, and Christians were told that they are going to be interned or taken into camps if they were unable to, or if they were not ready to leave their homes. In my opinion, the harshness of the threat suggests that the issuer of the decree expected considerable resistance from the population, or at least a sabotage of its implementation. The ministerial decree was addressed directly to the non-Jewish residents of Inner Erzsébetváros, those who remained in their homes in the largest proportion of all Budapest residents between June and November 1944, even though their apartment buildings had been declared star houses. However, the non-Jews were eventually forced to move out of the ghetto, and some of them never returned to the 7th district. So this was the area designated for ghetto, but András Lukosi is going to speak about it in more detail in the next presentation. In connection with star houses, the question arises, what was life like in the star houses? I mean, everyday life. Because these houses existed until November 1944, when the Minister of the Interior ordered the creation of a ghetto in a closed area. So how can we have information about everyday life? From contemporary or immediate post-war accounts, so from books, from memoirs written since then and published today, and from hourly history interviews, which are also from oral interviews, which are invaluable sources for understanding everyday life. And Holocaust Memorial Center played a really important role in collecting these materials and publishing them. And finally, the results of the 2014 commemorative year, and in particular of the csillagosházak.ag project. Let me show you once more this website. This OSHA, the Open Society Archive, is coordinated by, for example, András Lénárt, was not only important for remembrance and commemoration, but also significantly enriched our spatial and factual knowledge on the subject. For example, the website allowed the former residents of each house to describe and share their personal experiences, or to write to the editors. I didn't dare to use the internet during my presentation, so I simply included a picture, an image of the website, and if you click on a star showing a house, then you can see a photo of the building, and in the menu you can also find district by district those personal recollections that were sent to the editors, for example, on Facebook or somewhere else. So if you click on 7 Academy Street in District 5, you can find the following recollection by Marianne Kish. And here I quote, "When we moved to the Star House, we were assigned the second-floor apartment at 7 Academia Street, which is located on the second floor of the building. My mother, her parents, my sister and I went there, where we had a cramped room, but at least we could be together. The apartment originally belonged to my grandmother's brother, Dr. Károly Filenc. There were a lot of people crammed in here, about 38-40 people, most of them relatives. The other inhabitants of the house we knew only by sight. I remember a family called Adler. The proclamation of 40 was a great joy, but the next day the Aerocross invaded the house and every man between 16 and 60 was ordered into the courtyard. Grandfather and Uncle Charles, as well as all the men in the house, were taken away. They never returned. Adler was the only one in the house who escaped and returned home. We learned from him that they were taken to Dachau and the elderly were killed within hours of their arrival. A few days later, the Aerocross men, young teenage boys, reappeared and rounded up the women. They also took our mother. After 3 terrible, terrifying days, mother came home. They were taken to the brick factory of Óbuda. There were thousands of desperate girls and women. Our mother was rescued by a distant relative who was a Zionist who did not wear a yellow star and who saved where he could. He went to the brickworks to get his wife, and because he knew my mother well, he managed to get her and a few other women out. The Star House was almost empty. We didn't dare to stay there either." I'm not going to continue, but of course we could. You can read the entire story from the slide. So these entries and brief recollections can thus provide important insights not only into the history of star houses, but often into the history of the entire period of the Great Depression. Some general experiences emerge from the various sources. I try to finish. So the above short extract contains several such elements. One is the moving of family members, extended families, into the apartments of the star houses in June 1944. Almost everyone tried to alleviate the forced situation and the crowded conditions by at least trying to share the cramped space with family members. A family was entitled to a maximum of 1 room. Nevertheless, conditions were more bearable than in a large ghetto in Pest. And of course, about this large ghetto, András Lugosi is going to speak in more detail. The implementation of the Star House regulations did not prevent relatives from moving in together, and this was obviously because it made it easier to concentrate the Jewish population. Just a couple of sentences returning to everyday life. So all residents of Budapest who were Jews were subject to curfew and other restrictions, which made it very difficult, for example, to buy food. But the help of Christian neighbors could alleviate this, especially if an old mixed community became a star house. In June 1944, everyone was overwhelmed by fear of deportation. The very fact of concentration was a meanness. Being deprived of information added to the feeling of vulnerability, as radios had to be supplied earlier. Therefore, the stories often give an account of how people got information, as opposed to all these. Atypical cases also come to light through the memoirs. For example, how the Aerocross caretaker put the radio in his window so that the Jewish householders could listen to it. Finally, a recurring element in the narratives of the Star House is the Aerocross takeover, the arbitrary violence after the Aerocross, and the deportation of family members. In the face of the obvious danger after the 16th of October, many people tried to move out of the Star Houses and arranged to be moved into their sheltered house, as did the family of the recalled person quoted. And here, I think I have to skip a part from my presentation, which was focusing on the fact that it was not only the Jewish residents who were burdened by these ghettoization decrees. but non-Jews either. And I think this is very often not highlighted enough in Holocaust studies. Of course, it was not the original intention of the decrees, but very often non-Jews and people cohabiting with Jews were also burdened by these decrees and ghettoization and forced movings. So, to sum up, the creation of star houses in Budapest thus had a multiple purpose. On the one hand, to prepare for deportations. On the other hand, to free up large numbers of apartments by relocating and concentrating the Jewish population. Those who were moved to the star houses used a variety of strategies to alleviate their situation. After the Holocaust takeover, the aim was clearly to escape from the star houses. But neither was given to everyone. The large ghetto in Pest, created in early December, eventually left over 70,000 prisoners in a state of extreme vulnerability as the war drew to a close. And some 100,000 of Budapest Jewish inhabitants, including the victims of the ghetto, did not make it till the liberation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Köszönjük szépen.
Thank you very much for Dr. Erika Szívós. We would have happily listened to her presentation about everyday lives, which would touch our hearts. However, unfortunately, we are lagging behind, and it can be guaranteed that we are going to take some time from lunch break. The name of András Lugosi has been referred to many times. He arrived from the archives of Budapest. He is a main archiver there, and he's the author of several books about social histories, analysis, and his presentation is focusing on a very interesting topic, namely industrial mass murders, the logistics behind, and the liberation done by the Soviets, and whether whether the story of the big ghetto of Pest could be written in these conditions. So I like to give him the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear conference, first and foremost, I would like to say thank you for this honorable invitation. This is a subject which is pretty well known to you, to representatives of the audience, and it was published several times. So my struggle was how to communicate something new to you in the next 20 minutes and not more. So I made the decision that although the Hungarian adaptation is loaded with conflicts, still the spatial aspects and the studies of the Holocaust and the connection of the two may give me some opportunities to discuss something new in this upcoming not more than like 18 minutes. So the starting point is Tim Core's book. In that book, he raises the issue that in Holocaust studies, we should focus much more on the geographical specificities of the series of events. The Yad Vashem Studies publication issued a review from Zsuzsanna Oswát, who is a Hungarian-born American scholar. And what she points out is that she rejects this need for putting more emphasis on the geographical specificities of the Holocaust events. So, with regards to the large ghetto, the issue is this really a bad idea to go more geographical, at least partially, or it has relevance? So as for the spatial turn, I call it a spatial turn or turning. Is called the spatial turning because during looking at different societies and during the studies of time, the narratives, these narratives always push back the geographical aspects. And for this reason, these geographical or spatial issues should be put under a sharper focus. And for this reason, Tim communicates in this book that this spatial turn, this new mindset, this was something that he mentioned in the first years, 70s, in the human geography. So that about it was in 1989 when his publication, his book made a difference, and around the turning of the millennium, some other publications came out, putting more focus on the application of spatial issues. Sheila Crane, author, applies the spatial turn in the issue of Holocaust events as well, when he was looking at local histories of cities. At the same time, we cannot say at all that these geographical issues have never been looked at. So, for example, if you look at census data, you can find out what kind of areas represented what kind of peoples, Christians and Jews. And for example, I come from the Budapest archives, and at the same time I have access to statistical data of the capital as well. And of course, every 10 years we harmonize our data with the Hungarian Office of Statistics. All these data are summarized, and these statistics have different breakdowns, different boxes representing different aspects of a census. So, and these results show us where the Jewish population, Jewish communities represented themselves, whether they dwindled or whether they grew in numbers. So all these data are available, even within municipalities, within cities, we can locate them, even without this spatial turn, this scientific idea of applying the spatial turn. So this here that you can see on the slide, what you can see is the results of the census of 1901, and this shows the geographical distribution of the Jewish communities. Well, unfortunately, the pie chart doesn't show. Well, an Excel chart would show, but this doesn't show. So you must believe me if I say that that large dark blue spot represents district number 7 of Budapest. So this is the place where 37% of the Budapest Jewish community is located at. And the rest, for example, Lipótváros, which is district number 5, which is the inner city, is just 6%. Or Terézváros, 6th district represents 17 or 18%. So this is a kind of a mental map. So one would believe that Lipótváros, Leopold City, would be really the hardcore Jewish area. No, not at all. For whatever reason, district number 7 had been the port of entry for the Jewish people. Back then it was not 7th district, but district Theresa district, as it was called. And 100 years later, at the turning of the 19th and the 20th century, it was still the case. So if we skip this was the very last census of the Horthy era, a few years prior to the Holocaust in Hungary. You can see that as soon as the new Leopold city is built, the proportion of the Jews gets larger, and here it achieves, as opposed to the earlier 6%, now it's 15%, but still the ones living in the 7th district, they're there in 28% or 27%. So almost a third of the Jews of Budapest live in the 7th district. Still, there is some changes. What's more, in the Józsefváros, which is the 8th district of today, represents a significant community. Actually, Géza Bereményi's movie, Józsefváros, shows more or gives us more detail about this than the scientific research that would take a closer look at this change. By that I mean the growth of the Jewish population in the 8th district. So we should look at that. That's my point. So the ghetto comes about in Budapest. So if you look at bird's eye view of the statistical data, it practically confirms the very existence of the ghetto of the time, even prior to the Holocaust. It is not closely related to the ghetto history. Still, it's an important moment, which is important moment or an important period of Budapest Holocaust. Here you can see the number of suicides. So here you can see a monthly breakdown. So it changes from 1 to 2 per month to 220 a month during June, for example. So this clearly shows who knew what about the existence of the gas chambers. But this suicide data clearly show, it gives us the feeling that they started to sense that they are in jeopardy. So if we calculate every single Jewish person who are not in Budapest after the occupation of the Germans, there is 165,000 Israelites and 60,000 converted Jews. So after the adoption of the third anti-Jewish law, the rate of converts skyrocketed. So many Jews got baptized, and so that was what happened during or after the summer of 1941. That was the time when the third anti-Jewish law was adopted by the upper house and the lower house, and later in November it came into effect. So if you think of when these star-marked houses were appeared, so from that moment on they were available for deportation, and when it came to selection, they were sent to death right away or to labor camps, sent to labor, to forced labor, to make it available for the German industry, and to opt for large-scale slow murder, labor-based slow murder of them. So here and now, so if you look at the July data, and Horthy, the governor, stops the deportation, the Budapest, by sending out the gendarmerie, and the leaders actually obey to the governor, who was Horthy, and as a result, the people of the star-marked houses escaped from the death for a while, but then came some other events which practically delayed these events. But then came the Arrow Cross government during the 15th of October, and again you can see that the number of suicides dropped to the original rate. During the ghetto period, we do not have statistics available, but obviously you don't need very massive imagination to realize how the figures changed national in the large ghetto, in the big ghetto, as well as in the international ghetto. Obviously, as a consequence of the fact that instead of large scale, the small scale tools came into application. So, like, instead of mass deportations, people were sent out to the banks of the Danube, and some other examples. And what's most important, I need to tell you this really. So what's most important, and what the reason why I think that we should take this seriously, the spatial dimension of anti-Jewish events. And here I would like to criticize Zsuzsanna Oschwart's review. So the point, anti-Semitism has always been spatial. So this was about the expansion of the Jews, the spatial expansion of the Jews. So the National Socialists' central idea, central term was the Lebensraum, that they've got the right to occupy spaces even by harming others. Bob Shield, Anglo-Saxon geographical researcher, scholar, says the spatialization by PAT, not specialization. Actually, this term is applied as Spacializáció in Hungarian, and this term describes. So, as Bob Shield says, spatialization is mentioned at times when a social problem about which we are thinking, just think of everyday people, or especially we kind of project the issue spatially. So when Laszlo András' early ghetto plan is considered, and you can see right away that the State Secretary of Interior Ministry had not much idea about the whereabouts and the ins and outs of Budapest, and how a mass of 220,000 people could be moved from wherever to wherever. So both ghettoizations measures of his can be translated, interpreted as ghettoizations. Actually, I was trying to find out, and what I really cannot understand why André Laszlo gives us a list of streets where no Jews live, where no Jews reside. So practically, and where no Jews were allowed to live. Still, State Secretary says that these are the streets where Jews are not allowed to live, on the Pest side and on the Buda side. So this is the list of names of the streets, and then he designates areas where Jews may live. Quite interestingly, even here the Ministry of Interior doesn't find a single place to where the Jewish people could be crowded in. So in their mental on their mental maps, so these are supposed to be the areas that one may call the Jewish quarter. So like Lipótváros or the 7th district or the 6th district. And the Gábor Vajna's ghetto decree refers to these areas that are mentioned here. So very briefly, a remark on this spatial projection and how László Endre was thinking about the location of the Jewry, which necessitated the marking of the houses of the homes, as a result of which was a clear consequence of the fact that he could not designate a single area specifically for the Jews. So here they had to realize that these are people who live in their homes under modest circumstances, and in case László does not deport the Jews, or as long as they don't get deported, where they would spend their lives, the rest of their lives.
So this is why it is really worth considering the mindset of the Nazis, and we can expand them if we use spatial cognition, because without spatial cognition we wouldn't necessarily find these aspects in our research. And I really wanted to speak about the Újpest ghettoization, but unfortunately I do not have the time for that. Here, again, star-marked houses were established. It's not really visible in this map. However, why we can say that alongside the Danube, there are various locations there were Jews residing, indicated in purple. On the other side, on the Pest side, it's indicated that they do not want Jews to reside there. They like to move them out from those areas. I'm so sorry, I pushed the wrong button. And finally, here we have a last map where we have ghettoization plans in Újpest alongside the Danube. So they simply wanted to find, in an area of 77,000 inhabitants with 14,000 Jews, some Orthodox and some non-Orthodox, and they were only able to move in 12,000 Jews to these 144 houses, and there were additional some who were working in factories owned by Christians, and for them it was allowed to reside in the buildings on the territory of the industry. And among the documents of the Újpest ghettoization, we can find the exact details and exact data and figures about the conditions, and the housing conditions in these industrial areas were much better than in the star-marked houses, because here, the situation was not like one family per room, but they indicated how many square meters are given per person. And as a result, we can draw the conclusion what decision makers were thinking about the Jewry. And some more thing I wanted to speak in more detail. So why exactly these ghettos were established? At the time of ghettoization, it was not worth deporting to Auschwitz, because Himmler wanted to just save their regime and wanted to get some positive points from the other side. And for this reason, he had the crematoriums exploded in Auschwitz-Birkenau. So there was no opportunity for mass murders from that point on, because at this point there were no operating gas chambers. And, you know, the question arises why this ghetto was established and whether the ghetto that was established was an ideal interim situation until the end of the World War, as planned by Rákosi, or if this ghetto that was established was still an instrument for murdering the people. And I think this is a very important point for Holocaust research. Well, I'm sorry. Here we can see those 10 areas to which the big ghetto, of which the big ghetto was consisting on. And based on Foucault's ideas, this is a level of discriminalization from where it's not only segregation that takes place in a society, just like it was done back in the Middle Ages by those people who were infected by leper. However, in this situation, you know, the food supply was problematic. The same applied to health services. There were bombs. And you know, it was pretty obvious that bombings will rather take place in areas where there were no Jews. And you know, in the written version, I'm sure that I'm going to discuss it in more detail. And now I can only provide you a statement. So the ghetto still remains a murderous institution. However, of course, the efficiency of murders taking place here was lower. And because the Soviet liberators arrived, you know, from this aspect, of course, they were liberators. From other aspects, it was questionable. But so when they arrived in Budapest, then as a result thereof, and Zsuzsanna Osváth is right when saying that the role of the Soviets is something that we shouldn't forget. So this period became the only ghetto in Europe where a huge number of inhabitants managed to survive from November till mid-January. And here comes another important topic, which I can only refer to. It's really important to explore, as previously done by Erika Szívós, so how life took place and on what it depended on, whether somebody survived or passed over, who were the people who supported the inhabitants of the ghettos. And, you know, there are various historic reviews focusing on, for example, how butchers wanted to just take food into the ghetto, how they tried to help the inhabitants of the ghetto. Still, it used to be a spatial construct, a place of mass murders. However, of course, even though this mass murder was not as efficient as in the gas chambers, it was still a venue of mass murder. So sort of an industrial site, but not as efficient, not as effective as the crematoriums that were not operating in this phase of the World War. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much for András Lugosi for raising these interesting questions, topics, and I'm pretty sure that we're not gonna be able to raise too many questions or make too many comments on which for the lack of time. And the next speaker is Laura Chonka, who's going to deliver her lecture on the circumstances of the creation of international ghetto. Well, her previous studies did not focus on the Holocaust of 1944, but rather on the proletarian dictatorship, so namely of the area between 1918 and 1919, based on various archive documents and the analysis thereof. However, today she is going to speak about the international ghetto established in November 1944 and the living conditions characterizing this international ghetto. So I'm giving the floor to her. Thank you very much. I kindly welcome all of you. Dear colleagues, dear participants, in my lecture, I will describe the characteristics of the international ghetto organized in November 1944, the circumstances of its establishment, the role of diplomats from neutral countries, and the difficulties of moving to the ghetto using contemporary sources. So this is what I'd like to provide you with an overview. The unique feature of Budapest in the history of ghettoization in Hungary is that in November-December 1944, the Eurocross government, led by Ferenc Szálasi, established the last ghettos in Europe in the Hungarian capital, the international or protected ghetto in Újlipótváros, and the large ghetto in District 7. So these were the ghettos established in the previously mentioned period. Unlike in rural Hungary, these ghettos were not liquidated, and even if with great loss of blood, tens of thousands of Hungarian Jews survived the World War and were liberated in these ghettos. So this is something I like to highlight at the very beginning. In the context of the background of the organization of the international ghetto, it is important to highlight the events of summer 1944. Diplomats from neutral countries operating in Hungary and international diplomatic pressure played a major role in stopping the deportations in July 1944. Subsequently, a large-scale and effective diplomatic rescue operation was launched, unprecedented in the history of the Holocaust. As there was only a significant Jewish community in Budapest and the labor camps, this activity was concentrated on rescuing the Jews of Budapest. Governor Miklós Horthy sought to improve his international image by keeping in mind the requests of the representatives of neutral countries, and thus, from the summer of 1944, the concept and status of the so-called protected Jew was created, and Sweden, followed by Switzerland, Portugal, Spain, and the Vatican Embassy in Budapest began to issue various letters of protection or documents of protection which attested that the neutral country guaranteed the integrity of the holder of the protection. As you can see in the slide, Karl Lutz, a senior official at the Swiss embassy, was authorized by the Ministry of the Interior to issue so-called protective passports, allowing more than 7,000 persons to emigrate to Palestine. After a while, Lutz interpreted this as a passport for so many families. It's really important to mention that even though the Hungarian authorities mentioned that 7,000 persons could emigrate with these protective passports, Lutz interpreted it as passport for 7,000 families. And thanks to the sacrificial work of these diplomats and the various protection passports they issued, tens of thousands of Budapest Jews were saved in the following month. The diplomats of the neutral countries who remain in Budapest, I like to highlight Raoul Wallenberg, who you can see in this slide, who just recently had arrived in Budapest, and they continue to provide assistance and to issue letters of protection with even greater intensity after October 1944. So after the Eurocross takeover, as this was a period when the Jews of Budapest were in immediate physical danger. They wanted to save them from deportation, death marches and mass executions. The letters of protection remain valid, and this needs to be highlighted after the Eurocross coup, and this was mainly due to the desire for legitimacy of the national leader Ferenc Szálasi. In return for this, he wanted to maintain good relations with diplomats and showed a willingness to change his position on the Jews, for example, to stop the deportation of Jews from Budapest and to organize the ghettos. So again, he stopped the deportation of the Jews from Budapest, and he started to organize a small and international ghetto. At the same time, Ferenc Szálasi also made it clear to diplomats from neutral countries during their negotiations that he would only tolerate their activities on behalf of the Jews if they gave official diplomatic recognition to the Eurocross government. Despite promises to the contrary, in the end, only the Vatican and Spain received this. When, in November, the Eurocross government realized that their power would not be recognized, the authorities, the police, and raiding Eurocross party officers became less and less willing to accept the letters of protection issued. As the Swiss embassy later informed the foreign ministry in a note of the 13th of November, and here I like to quote, "A large number of Jews who had been designated for emigration and whose names were already on the collective passports were taken away by the Eurocross and their passport certificates were torn up." Unquote. And this image that you can see is an image of a Swiss passport, which can be found in the Hungarian archives. At the end of October 1944, the Eurocross government recognized 12,400 persons with foreign protection, and according to a memorandum written on the 27th of October to the representatives of neutral countries in Hungary, allowed the emigration of 4,500 Jews with Swedish protection passports, 7,000 Jews with Palestinian immigration permits, 698 Jews with Portuguese temporary passports, and 100 Jewish employees of the International Red Cross. The Jews concerned were allowed to take 80 kilograms of luggage, clothing, underwear, blankets, food, and utensils per person, but no valuables. So no jewelry, no cash. The number of Jews granted protection abroad eventually increased further as a result of negotiations between diplomats from neutral countries and the Eurocross government, ignoring the German position. Well, these figures continuously increased, even though the Germans had completely opposite positions of this. According to this information, the protected Jews were to be segregated until their departure on the 15th of November 1944, and in return for the departure, they expected recognition by the Hungarian government. And it was also emphasized that the Hungarian government, in exchange, asked for official recognition. For the purpose of segregation, those with Swedish, Swiss, Vatican, Spanish and Portuguese papers were moved to the sheltered houses on Pozsonyi Street in Újlipótváros, inhabited by better off Jewish citizens, which formed the basis of the international ghetto that was later established. Arrangements for their departure and the departure of the trains were primarily the responsibility of the German occupying authorities and could only be made with their consent. As opposed to this, the diplomats of neutral countries, such as Sweden, in Budapest, tried to pretend that they were actually organizing the departure of their protected Jews, as a revelation on the 8th of November 1944 informed the Hungarian Foreign Ministry that the first train to Sweden was scheduled to leave on the 15th of November. So once more the schedule, the first train was scheduled to the 15th of November to Sweden. The Eurocross government finally began organizing the international ghetto in the first week of November 1944. The location thereof, as mentioned before, was Újlipótváros, and within that very exactly denominated, delined area. So they wanted to concentrate protected Jews into a specific neighborhood. On the morning of 7th November 1944, the leaders of the Central Jewish Council were informed by Lieutenant Colonel László Ferenczy, who was in charge of the Jewish question at the Ministry of the Interior, that the holders of the various diplomatic protection passports would have to move to the houses provided for them in the area of Szent István Park. As a consequence thereof, the international ghetto was not a walled, enclosed, armed, guarded area, but a group of individual houses in a designated part of the city. The basis of the international ghetto was formed by the star-marked and then protected houses designated from the summer of 1944 for the various Jews selected for emigration to Switzerland and Sweden, which were subject to the principle of territoriality.
Elve érvényesült. A kormányzat
The government gave the Jews an extremely short deadline for moving in from 8th to the 11th of November, so they had 4 days to move into the international ghetto. This deadline, however, was important from the fact that there was a decision made just prior to that, and as for the deadline for the governments and for the neutral countries, due to the massive organization of work, it was practically something that no one could respect or adhere to. During these days, the police, together with the Eurocross party officers, had to evacuate the houses concerned during Újlipótváros, to search the sheltered houses and to evict those without a protection certificate and from the sheltered houses, and then to supervise the moving in of those with a protection certificate. So the creation of the international ghetto not only meant the separation of the Jewish population from the new Jewish population, but also the division and the separation of the Jewish population of Budapest, since the Jews with the protection certificate were separated from the unprotected Jews. The moving in and out of the ghetto affected thousands of people who often moved in opposite directions within the city. And it was precisely for this reason that the hundreds of police officers were assigned to the area around St. Stephen's Park in the following weeks to coordinate the movement of people. It was a problem not only for the government but for the diplomats of the neutral countries as well, because very rapidly had to react on the organization of the international ghetto, and hence the placement of the protected Jews. Just to give you an idea, I would like to mention a letter that was composed by Raoul Wallenberg. This letter went to the Jewish Council on the 7th of November, And he says that at that moment, the measure affected 4,500 holders of Swedish asylum papers at the time, and the coordination of those people had to be looked at and dealt with. One of the problems was the designation of certain houses, and according to his letter, and in accordance with the previous agreement with the Hungarian government, only up to 4 to 5 people could have been accommodated in a single room. However, in accordance with the November decree and in accordance with the calculations of Wallenberg, 10 to 12 people would have been accommodated in one room. So presumably the Hungarian government wanted to provide them with fewer houses. An even bigger problem was that the Arrow Cross authorities for a very long time did not disclose the list of designated houses to the neutral countries. So which houses would be the ones that would be part of the international ghetto? Another serious problem indicated by Wallenberg was the moving out, was related to the moving out, because he said that he cannot properly inform the people having Swedish asylum paper, because due to the frequency of the movement from here to there of the Jewish people, so practically their whereabouts were unknown. Number one. Number two, transport equipment for moving so many people wasn't available, so the vehicles were not unavailable. Not just Swedish, but also Spanish embassy embassy contacted the Hungarian government and raised the attention to the fact that although the Hungarian government designated the date for the moving out, the problem for the Spanish was that there were 100 individual and collective passports, but they cannot be sent to their owners because many of them are unknown, their addresses are unknown, or as per their information they were sent to forced labor camps or concentration camps. The next important point to this, what I'd like to highlight here, is when the information and dissemination, when these neutral countries were informed. Officially, this was on the 10th of November 1944, when Foreign Minister Gábor Kemény informs the neutral countries about the establishment of the international ghetto. And in his review, in his letter, he says that these Jews were accommodated in civilian conditions on the Pozsonyi Road. He also stressed, however, that the Arrow Cross government was aware that some embassies was issuing letters of transit in excess of the agreed quantities. And this explained the serious overcrowding on Pozsonyi Út. And he also stressed that this overcrowdedness could be remedied by evacuating more houses. And indeed, in the following weeks, the overcrowding became enormous. Just to give you an idea, 15,600 Jews were moved into homes where earlier not more than 4,000 people lived. On the 12th of November 1944, Deputy Chief of Police János Solymosi issued an official order for the relocation of Jews with protection passports, according to which Jews living in star-marked houses were to be divided into 3 groups and escorted to the designated location according to the groups. So men aged between 16 and 60 who were able to work and were not under international protection, and women aged between 18 and 40 were taken to the brick factory in Óbuda, while others, mainly elderly, the sick, and those unable to work, were moved to other star-marked houses. And the second group was made up of people, and this is what the most important in terms of my presentation, who were voluntarily undertook to move into houses in the section of the 5th district. Says the quote says. They voluntarily undertook to move into houses in the section of the 5th district between Pozsonyi út and Szent István körút. So it is worth pointing out the expression voluntarily. So the procedure to move to the ghetto were on a voluntary basis. As the newspaper, Hungarian newspaper Magyarság pointed out, in its issue 11th of November 1944, the move to the new apartment was not carried out under compulsory measures by the authorities, but was made by each Jewish person on the basis of their own decisions. If, however, they do not move in by the specified date, they would lose the protection issued to them by the neutral countries. The newspaper also stated that there was a criteria to move in, that is a temporary passport or protection certificate with a photograph, a circular stamp, and the original signature of the embassy is required. The problem with this statement was, as Carlos, Swiss diplomat, said, and it's a quote, "The embassy had learned from the press that the protection passports were invalid if they were not photographed and signed." In the end, the Holocaust authorities, in the face of protests from neutral countries, allowed the move-in until the end of November, with the deadline being extended continuously until the end of November. As for the law itself, I would like to mention the following. The 17th of November 1944, when Ferenc Szálasi made the decision that the Jewish question requires a final decision, and as he put it, for his part, considers to be the issue to be finally settled. End of quote. Accordingly, Szálasi divided the Jews residing in Hungary into 6 groups. On the basis, Jews with foreign passports, Jews on loan to the German government, to be given over to German government, Jews waiting to leave Hungary, Jews with exemption certificates, religious persons, and Jews of foreign nationality were placed in a separate category. So according to the provision, the Jews having these asylum certificates had to move in by the 20th of November. In order to collect them, an appeal to this effect must be made, or announcements needs to be. So they must be informed continuously. Foreign embassies of neutral countries must be informed, and a similar announcement must be published in newspapers every single day. Their departure from Hungary, and actually Ferenc Szálasi said, with regards to their departure from the country, that traveling out of these people depending on the diplomatic ties between the governments and the neutral countries and how they would solve transport issues to the neutral countries, from Germany to the neutral countries. A list of the houses in the international ghetto declared protected by foreign embassies was drawn up on the 14th of November 1944. And that shows that Spain, the Vatican, and the Swedish government had placed one house under protection in Újlipótváros, and 11 Swiss sheltered houses, protected houses, were in operation. The number of sheltered houses increased steadily due to the active intervention and rescue work of diplomats. A statement from the end of November 1944 shows that the number of houses are growing continuously, and newer additional embassies show up. For example, not just embassies but institutions. So, for example, the Red Cross and some other institutions. So in case of the international ghetto, actually the Swiss embassy and Sweden made most difference The Swiss embassy had at least 77 buildings under protection, the Swedish embassy at least 36. Archives show that the address show that the majority of the protected houses were in Újlipótváros, surrounded by Szent István Park, Szent István körút, Csáky utca, which is Hegedűs Gyula Street today, and Warman, today Victor Hugo Street. Well, with regards to the number of people, over 15,000 Jews were officially allowed to move to the sheltered houses. Of these, 7,800 were under the protection of Switzerland, 4,500 Sweden under Swedish protection, 2,500 Vatican, 698 Portugal, and 100 of Spain. Moving to the star-marked houses and then to the sheltered houses, the international ghetto also meant that Jews under international protection were deprived of their former homes by the government, had to leave their former homes, had to leave behind their belongings, and as a result of the activities of the neutral countries, they had to adapt to new places of residence, new housing conditions, and a new experience of home to some extent. So as one survivor put it, and this is a quote, Pozsonyi út 40, this house is one of the elegant modern buildings on Pozsonyi út. The lady of the house, whom everyone called Minushka, introduced us to one of the rooms. The beautiful large windows looked out over St. Stephen's Park and the Danube. There was no furniture in the room, and the floor was covered with mattresses. Each mattress was the home of a family. This corner became our home. End of quote. And living in a sheltered house was supposed to be a better situation, in theory, but in practice it was not. They were constantly subjected to attacks and raids by Arrow Cross Party officers from the moment they moved in. And as this document shows, or even the moment of moving in, or right after the moving in, the Arrow Cross Party people attacked these people because often they thought that well-off Jewish people having international ties were the ones who moved in. So in the next few weeks, they often searched their homes, interrogated people, or they drove them to the nearby bank of Danube and shot them into the Danube. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Laura Chonka, for this massively interesting, and actually thank you all, dear presenters, all of you, three of you, for your extensive lectures. And actually, in accordance with the official schedule, we've got 1 minute left for Q&A, but obviously, depending on the number of questions and remarks, we will see how it goes. Please mind the microphone, because it's important for the recording, for being heard by the interpreters. So it's important that you use the microphones. Or please come up the stage and use this pair of microphones, please, to make a comment or to ask a question. The floor is yours, dear audience. Tamás Tark, please. While you're thinking, I've got a remark. Very briefly, I would like to make a comment. Especially I would like to connect to the lecture of Erika Sivo. She mentioned that I didn't know that in terms of the designation of the homes marked with stars, so they are trying to make bombing more difficult to the Allies. It's a kind of a common theory, a kind of a conspiracy theory was that the Allies fight for the Jews, and the Jews are the allies of the Allies. So this was the conventional wisdom. This was not true, but this was so common that many believed at the time. And many news appeared in the press of the time that backed this theory. The article, actually I read several articles in the newspapers of 1944 according to which Jews, so for example, Jews buy up big rolls of textiles, including yellow textiles, much more than what would be necessary for cutting out the yellow stars, but they used that textile to put them on the roof in order to give a sign to the bombers that those houses shouldn't be bombed. So from a distance of 10,000 meters, there's no chance that the bomber would see which houses would be indicated with these yellow textiles. And the other fake news was that the Jews give off light signs, for example, or the Yashi program between the June of 1941 in Romania. So this is how the program goes, that the Soviet bombers are given light signs. Or actually, Mr. Lugosi said that the number of suicides changed massively. Actually, I saw the same changes in these figures during the deportation of the Subcarpathian region during 1941, July 1941. And Attila Jacob delivered the lecture there, and she mentioned this specifically, that throughout the summer of 1941 there were lots of suicides in the Subcarpathian region. So it wasn't apparent not just in Budapest but elsewhere as well. Thank you. Please go ahead. The floor is yours. A question to Laura, partly with regards to these allies. So I understand that they didn't manage to move to Palestine, but this idea that they could, was there anything behind the fact that diplomatically that people would be sent to Palestine or to Sweden? So was this realistic? So could they say that they could leave to Sweden? Thank you so much. Let me locate myself over here so that I can be better heard. Yes, actually, yes. And this Palestine issue is related to Karl Lutz, and this was an idea of his because he represented the interests of Palestine in Hungary. So it wasn't just the Swiss citizens' interest that he represented, but some other allied states' interests were represented by him. So he was, for example, he was in Palestine, and that was what gave him the idea. But the reality, so he was serious, but the reality was little, so that they could solve this issue by train transports. But his activity, with regards to his activity, what we should highlight with regards to the people's rescue. So they did whatever they could to make a difference, and they started throwing ideas onto the table with regards to how this could be done. So in the case of Karl Lutz, what we know is that he had massive experiences of diplomacy, and it was his idea to establish sheltered houses. The next question is how he could achieve that. Of course, the chance was very, very little that these transports could have been sent off to Sweden. Tamás Tark mentioned the lecture of Erika Szívós, and he also referred to András. Erika, would you like to reflect on what Tamás said?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Tamás Tark, for referring to these words of mouth, because yes, indeed, it came into my mind that this was exactly what I was also reading about. Well, it would be very far-fetched if I wanted to analyze and say whether the Allied forces wanted to stop the genocide and the transportations from Hungary. Lots of historians wrote studies, just like Randolph Graham in his book decades ago, analyzed this question and why such steps hadn't happened even after the Auschwitz records being published, because it would have been important to bomb deportations to Auschwitz and try to do something against these deportations to Auschwitz. However, I like to refer to historian Borhi and his studies and the publication of his and the thesis therein that say that the Allied forces. So all of these didn't really matter for the Allied forces. So when the aspects arose, namely that Hungary's occupation by Germany and what kind of consequences it might have, it was much more important to focus on the D-Day and to try to just to try to make it. To try to focus the German forces into Hungary or somewhere else, but not to Normandy, and to support the D-Day. So it was much more important for them to support the D-Day than to help out Hungarians. But, of course, this question is very complicated. And, words of mouth from the past were based on the very fact that they were not really familiar with the complexity of the issues and the decision-making procedure of the big forces. Well, now I've already grabbed the microphone and like to refer to a phrase in Laura's presentation, a phrase I haven't heard of before, and this was the governor-based protection of such houses. Do we know anything more about this topic? We're speaking about 1944 November, beginnings of November. Thank you very much. Well, basically, what I like to highlight is that based on the resources, the number of these houses was very few. So in Újlipótváros, there were only one or two such protected houses. Houses under governor's protection. What I like to highlight is that the Eurocross government provided protection for certain houses. So houses that had received protection previously remained to be protected. I'd like to give the floor to András Lugosi. I think there is a very interesting question that he referred to, but for the lack of time, he couldn't explain it in more detail, namely, how many survivors there were in the Purge ghettos and why and how did they manage to survive. Thank you very much, Tamás, for these additional pieces of information. At the previous conference, I couldn't make it, but I'm overjoyed to see that this aspect has been raised. And what I like to add is that it would be worth analyze these data in more detail, because what is very strange in the Budapest-related data that the majority of those committing suicide were ladies. And you know, pretty often it is described with the fact that the majority of men had to work. However, it's not clear, and you know, suicide or suicidal activity is always a minority reaction, and when it was, I mean, skyrocketing, I would say it, and it was amounting at 220 people, so not thousands. So I think important analysis should be completed, and it's great that we have such analysis about those committing suicide in Transcarpathia, because then we have some information at least. And I like to comment on Erika. It is pretty clear that the middle class of the Christians were of the opinion that those bombing the city would be interested in whether Jews or non-Jews were living in the houses, in the buildings. However, the resources are still important because, you know, people on a voluntary basis, so everyday people, wrote letters in 1944 to the mayor of the city without being asked, and they expressed their opinions on this topic. And you know, the files were marked as no further steps or no reactions are needed. However, these letters are in the files together with the petitions related to the star-marked houses. And there are so many people who express their opinions about why it should be forbidden for the Jews to go to the shelters during bombings, etc., etc., etc. So, I mean, the very fact that everyday people who are not connected to the political powers, so everyday people, and what kind of anti-Semitism appeared in the mindset of everyday people, and what kind of opinions they had in their minds are well reflected in these letters. And I think it's really important. And what else? What kind of other question you had? Well? You referred to a topic that you wanted to just describe in more detail during your presentation. Yes, indeed. So I'm of the opinion that Holocaust research and Budapest tourism do not make use of the opportunity which is given to them. So namely the Dohány Street Synagogue and the two towers thereof. Since 1945, have been a symbol of fighting National Socialism. And what I wanted to reflect of is that Foucault has this characterization. So he focuses on spatial logics, and you know that lepers and plague needed this kind of spatial restructuring. In the case of plague, they were separated and in a designated area, and those infected with lepers had to leave the city. And I think the ghetto is a mixture of these two, because in the ghettos they were separated with little food supply, with bad living conditions. So I think these ghettos also embodied, I would say, a place of murder, an industrial site of murder. Of course, it was not exactly the same as deportations and death camps, but still they were similar to them in certain aspects. And I think it's very interesting what is written in the introduction of a book. it is mentioned that in Poland it took a long time to weaken the residents of the ghetto, and only the survivors were deported to the death camps. And you know, the only difference is that in Hungary, these took place in 2 months. So this is a huge difference between the Budapest and the Warsaw ghetto. So this was again a film of murder, but thanks God they didn't manage to culminate this process because of the liberation of the Soviets. Thank you very much. Thank you, Erika Szívós. Thank you very much. If I may grab the microphone, I'd like to just react on András Lugos's question, namely why in 1944 the Great Ghetto of Pest was established. I think we shouldn't forget about a couple of things, namely concentration and deportation were aiming at not only the termination of the Jews, but to collect those people who could be suitable for forced labor. And we do know that after the Holocaust movement took the power, many deported were launched on foot towards the Austrian borders, and you know, they were given to the Third Reich as borrowed workers, I would say. And of course, it's questionable how many made it to the Austrian borders. Well, we don't know. That's another question. However, a potential objective of ghettoization was to concentrate potential labor force into the same territory. And, you know, by concentrating people, it was much easier to monitor the people living in the ghetto. It was much easier compared to a situation if they lived in scattered star-marked houses all around the city. And I can recollect József Szekeres's book entitled The Ghettos of Pest and their rescue in 1945, and maybe even the Hungarian Schindler also appears in the title, because this book is about the activities of Pál Szalai, a police officer who seemed to be part of the political structure, but in reality he was a rescuer with heroic activities in order to save as many people, as many Jews in Budapest as possible. And this book also describes that the siege was already going on around Budapest, and the Holocaust movement were creating plans about the liquidation of the Great Budapest Ghetto. And this was insane completely, because, you know, the liberation of Budapest was really approaching. Still, you know, people were having plans like this because they were really insane. And what Szekeres says, that at the end of the siege of Budapest, even in the last month, they were ready to consider how technically the liquidation of the big Budapest ghetto could be completed. But thanks God, it didn't happen finally. Thank you very much. I'm sure that at other points, the national apparatus was continuing to operate because of their momentum. You know, there were Hungarian priests sending applications, and even though the Red Army crossed the Hungarian borders, so you know, the Szálasi type of government continued to operate on. However, in other parts of the country, a completely different system started to germinate. Well, here I like to express my gratitude to the members of this session and the audience, the speakers, for their mutual work. Now we're gonna have enough time for lunch because we're going to resume at 1:30. So we're gonna have 40 minutes for lunch. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful work. So we kindly welcome you on the first floor to the Wallenberg room with lunch. So we're going to resume at 1:30.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és
Ladies and gentlemen, so shall we continue? My name is Tomáš Kovács. I'm the director of the Holocaust Memorial Center. I'm going to be the chair of this session. We are going to cover in this session the reattached territories and the Jews of the reattached territories. Very briefly, I would like to inform you that we're going to listen to four. And as a part of the conspiracy theory, three given names are identical out of the four lecturers. So you may know that I also study at the National University of Public Administration, and hence I'm kind of cruel in terms of making sure that the presenters respect their time constraints, their time limits. So at the 18th minute, I'm going to let all of you know when your time is up. So Csilla Fedinec is the next presenter, a colleague of ours. She's going to talk about Lily Jakob's homeland, and I suppose she's going to talk about Subcarpathia. This is going to be a very exciting one. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. Dear audience, dear conference, I'm going to tell you a story which has frames. Almost 10 years ago, my colleagues and I were working on the book Jews in Carpathian Jews in Karpath Rus. And one of the big dilemmas was whether we could go back to the pre-dualism period and whether we can put the story together, which is not just made up of fragments. Then we abandoned this prehistory, or rather, it was in a way. Actually, then we decided that, as a matter of fact, I'd previously been involved in a textbook research, and for several years now I've been translating the Ukrainian history textbooks used in Hungarian classes. And just this summer I received a Cossack Age, in which the Jewish pogroms, which above all involved the extermination of masses of Jews, so again in a school textbook are described in detail and correctly, including in the 17th century textbook by Bohdan Hmelnytsky. This is particularly interesting because Hmelnytsky is a canonical figure in the national historical pantheon of current Ukraine. Most of the bi-Jewish families to which Jakob Lily belonged fled from Galicia to Transcarpathia precisely to escape pogroms like Hmelnytsky's. Lily's homeland, despite the lack of an ununified administration, Transcarpathia is a historically and culturally well-defined region of historical Hungary. Throughout the 20th century, the borders changed several times, and it wasn't mapped in this historical and cultural space, even for the Ruthenians, these changes, and whose reference was the starting point for the border changes. Just one point of interest, just to give you one example. The linguistic mixing that resulted from the two-way immigration into the Carpathian region resulted in the fact that newcomers from the region are easily recognized in other parts of Hungary, but also abroad, including Galicia. This particular language also found a place in Imre Kertész's Nobel Prize-winning novel Faithlessness, in which the protagonist, Gyuri Köves, meets Jews from Transcarpathia in the camp and become acquainted with the language they speak. As a result of assimilation during the dualism era, more than 70% of Israelites nationwide were Hungarian speakers. Assimilation was much slower in the more traditional Jewish population of the Transcarpathian region. In the Czechoslovak period, according to official data, 87.3%, more than 95,000 people, declared themselves Jews. And this is a much smaller, with a much smaller proportion of Hungarians, Czechoslovaks, and Germans than in other provinces. In neighboring Slovakia, for example, out of the 136,000 Jews, 72,000 were registered as Jews, 44,000 as Czechoslovaks, and the rest as Germans or Hungarians. In Transcarpathia, most of them lived in villages, not towns, and there were 2 islands where there were more of them than Rusins or Hungarians: Munkacs, Munkachevo, and Handel-Busnyava. Munkachevo is a city, and Handel-Busnyava is a village. The Germans, who invaded Hungary on the 19th of March 1944, marked the Tisza River as a line that could not be crossed from either direction. The blockade was lifted on the 26th of March. The Transcarpathian governance, as well as the counties of Ung, Bereg, Ugocsa, and Máramaros, and the city of Ungvár were retroactively declared an operational area as of the 1st of April by a decree of the Prime Minister of the 12th of April. Although the Soviet troops were then already fighting on the northern side of the Carpathians, this move was more a formal reason for the expulsion of the Jews. On the 28th of April 1944, Edmund Weisenmayer, the envoy to Hungary and German ambassador, reported on the ghettoization of 202,000 Jews in Transcarpathia and 25,000 forced laborers concentrated in the area. The Interior Ministry responded weeks later, after mid-April, by subordinating local administration to German demands. Anti-Jewish propaganda led to an increase in street atrocities by civilians against Jews. Detectives searched for those in hiding, but the Christian population also frequently reported them. In the territory of historical Transcarpathia, so not only the Transcarpathian governorate of the time, in 1944, in the second half of April, 2 ghettos were set up in Uzsgorod, one of each in Berehovo, Munkács, Nagyszülős, Huszta, Técső, Akna, Szlanita, Iza, Szeklence, from where the Jewish population was deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau by train in May and June after being wagonized. Transcarpathia belonged to the Gendarmerie District Number 8, Kassa, Kosice, which was the first zone to be evacuated during the deportation. On the 16th of April 1944, the first day of Passover, the ghettoization of Jews began. Today, this day is the Holocaust Memorial Day in Hungary. This is the known part of the story. What I can add to this as a novelty is 2 press publications and family history. The 2 newspapers are the Őslakó from Munkács and the Kárpáti Magyar Hírlap from Uzsgorod. The family is the family of Aladár Vozári, editor of Őslakó. Vozári's papers have been preserved in the Rádai archives of the Dunamelléki Reformed Church District, and I am going to use the family papers of György Paluzsa, bank director of Munkács, concerning the Vozáris. The Paluzsa legacies from the private collection of Gábor Barta, which I have made available to, was made available to me. On the 30th of April 1944, the decree on press censorship came into force, according to which any news article or any other communication may be printed only with the permission of the prosecutor's office, and this applies even to the Hungarian official communication office. This news also appears in the local press, but there is no particular sign that the tone of the local press has changed. Of the two newspapers analyzed, the Őslakó was placed in the logged section of the National Széchenyi Library in Socialist Hungary, while Kárpáti Magyar Hírlap was freely available for reading. And this is special because if you wanted to classify it today, then I think it would be rather the Kárpáti Magyar Hírlap that would be put into the category of Őslakó, that is, I would make it available for public. I'm just telling this to you because it was very interesting to me what was the basis for the selection, for making this classification. So because today through Arcanum, through the websites, we can have access to these. And the mental consequences are also important. So in Transcarpathia, after the war, these newspapers were not available in public libraries. Although this is only a subjective impression, the press materials suggest that things happened in Munkachevo, while in Uzhgorod, the city magistrate did his best to push things through. The latter is also confirmed by archival research, especially concerning the mayor of the city. In other respects, too, the press is almost a reflection of the scarce archival resources, which is why I think it is particularly important to take this segment into account. The language of the Hungarian newspaper in Uzhgorod is also coarser than that of the one in Munkachevo. In the newspapers, a man slaughter also appears. Not only did people experience the events, but they could read virtually all elements of it in the local press. Aladár Ervozari graduated from the Faculty of Arts at the University of Budapest and was a member of the Eötvös College. From 1915 he spent 2 years on the Italian, Serbian and Russian fronts. After the war he was a commander of a detachment of the armed forces. After that he was a substitute teacher in Munkachevo. So up until the Czechoslovak era he was in this position, but during the Czechoslovak period he was the executive director of the Hungarian Party Association of Transcarpathia in Bereg and the member of the Provincial Assembly. In the autumn of 1938 he was a National Guard and then a ministerial commissioner of the city of Munkachevo and finally a representative of the parliament. So all the events between 1938 and 44 needs to be considered so that he was an official person and as such he was a member of the Party of Hungarian Life. So his diary recording events between the 19th of March 1944 and the 18th of January 1945 that was published in Budapest in 1945. From this diary of his, we know that the story of how, after the German invasion, he had to be considered, so that he too had to be considered a Jew, thanks to the normal and Hungarian human thinking of the police captain. I didn't have to sew up the yellow patch, he says in his diary. His mother-in-law could not be rescued. He was sent to the ghetto of Munkács, where she was taken in a wagon, but the body was already lifted out of the wagon at Cháp. From press reports we know that at the beginning of June 1944 Vazari left the ruling party, the Hungarian Life Party, and announced his intention to remain an extraordinary member of parliament. Among the documents that survive in the Rádai archives are fragments of manuscripts of his diaries from 1938 and 1944. The 1944 manuscript is not identical to the book. This is very important to take a separate look at that, but obviously it was used as a basis, as a preliminary work. Actually, Vazari's otherwise beautiful calligraphic handwriting in the 1944 manuscript diary shows little change. He did not use a typewriter as before and after. Most likely his circumstances were different. and he was recording these memoirs of his, most likely in parallel with the events. Quote, so this is his handwriting, a total of 72 days, and during these little more than 2 months, the fate of the Jews of Munkács was completed, end of quote. In his entry of 19th of March, he writes again, quote, the news that the Nazi troops had moved into Hungary at dawn and that Budapest had been occupied by morning came from the Germans assigned to the large air raid center to the south. It was plausible, but we could not yet imagine that it had happened, end of quote. It's very important, this 19th of March 1944, because reports of the era often took place 1 or 2 or 3 days after the event. The same day, he says, the city and its countryside were swept by the first tide of German retreat from Galicia. So this is actually a bi-directional invasion of the Germans. From Budapest, the Germans arrived the next day, so that is the 20th. On Monday morning, this is the beginning of the quote, the morning, the 20th, German military police cars arrived, end of quote. They call on the town council to evacuate immediately the 3-story private apartment next to the town hall. That's what they demanded. For, as they say, the purposes of the German military police headquarters. And at the same time, the Jewish council appointed at the time is to be furnished on the first and the second floors of the building with suitable furniture. And this is a longer quote, with suitable furniture, complete equipment, cutlery, china glassware, table linen, black coffee set, bed linen, towels, toilet, soap, toothpaste, mouthwash, etc. And a full set of toiletries, table linen, and not palinka, liquor, groceries, etc. Almond. According to the entry of the 24th of March, not only the Jews, but the entire Hungarian Russian Christian indigenous population is shocked to read the wall hangings of the general's regulation, the wall hangings of the general regulations, and to hear them announced with a drum beat. So in Transcarpathia, there were many events taking place one after the other. And this is the way they announce things, with a drum beat. On Saturday, the 1st of April, a meeting will be held at the town headquarters, this is a quote, and the heads of the offices will be informed by the colonel of the town commander how the plundering will be carried out, end of quote. Beginning of quote. A panic atmosphere will prevail in the city. Is this how the final victory march begins? And later he says, 2 more suicides in the ghetto. The nerves are starting to give out. In the city, the Jewish chief engineer still commits suicide. So suicides and rescues, all these are reported inside and outside the ghettos. Previously issued exemption applications were withdrawn, one after the other after the German occupation, but such applications could be obtained after the German occupation. There is information on various scenarios and the outcome of this. In his printed diary, he says that on the 29th of April 1944 he was sent to Pest to receive the final review of the discharge of my mother-in-law and wife. Despite the fresh discharge papers, his mother-in-law was taken away and he and his wife fled to Budapest. According to the recollection of his wife, Marta Gergely, according to the marriage certificate of 1921, both husband and wife are reformed. So as she recalls it, and this is going to be a lengthier quote, times have come which I would like to erase from my memory, if I could. My mother was deported to Auschwitz on the 15th of May 1944. I've hated May ever since. On the same day there was some kind of an Aerocross rally in the town, which was attended by a well-meaning person who wanted to inform my husband of what had happened there. And he came home with the information that the person had told him that they decided at the meeting to arrest him, which is interesting because he enjoyed.
Engem pedig internálni fognak. Mit csináljuk? Kérdezte az uram. Várjuk be a sorsunkat, vagy meneküljünk. Asszony vagyok és gyáva. Az utóbbi mellett döntöttem, így kerültek Pestre, ahol 2 helyen is laktak. Ha Pesten kerestek minket, akkor Budán voltunk, ha Budán kerestek, akkor Pesten. Jött aztán Budapest ostroma, borzalma és félelmeivel, végül Budapest felszabadulása. Eddig az idézet, igen. Budapesten nem volt jó életünk, végig albérletben laktunk, férje halála után Bozáriné kérte a nyugdíjas otthonban helyezzék el. Bozári 1959-es keltezésű gépiratos búcsúlevelében tulajdonképpen 2 dologra koncentrál. Az egyik az, hogy életem legnagyobb és legtöbbet érő meglátása az volt, hogy nagy számban vannak jó emberek, és ez nem függ attól, hogy milyen nyelven beszélnek, vagy milyen szertartás szerint imádkoznak. Másrészt köszönetet mondott a szüleinek, és itt külön hozzáteszi, hogy értve alatt a feleségem szüleit is, tehát az egyik közülük az após, az a 30-as években meghalt, de az anyós a deportálás áldozata lett. A palózsa iratokban az egyik korabeli munkácsi képeslaphoz fűzött kommentárban arról lehet olvasni, hogy Bozári közlése szerint Fritz Sándor munkács volt polgármester helyettese, kivételezett volt zsidó törvények tekintetében, de ennek ellenére elviszik, lányát egy magyar katonatiszt Budapestre szökteti. A palózsa iratokat összegyűjtő Barta Gábor maga dolgozza fel Kertész Ede beregszázi ügyvéd történetét, aki beadja a mentesítési kérelmet a családja számára, és a belügyminisztériumban iktatott ideiglenes igazolvány, ami megvan, tehát ez nem csak elmondással bizonyítható, nevesítetten a maga családtagjai, feleség és 2 gyermeke számára 1944. július 28-i keltezéssel adja ki ezt a mentesítést. Amikor már a szülőket régen deportálták. Az is külön érdekesség, hogy maga a Palózsa, aki egy munkácsi banker volt, például egy 1940. márciusában keletkezett okiratban a budapesti banki munkáltatója felszólítja arra, hogy menjen el Kárpátaljába, és nézzenek, hogy állnak ott a magyar banki ügyek. És az utolsó bekezdés az, hogy mitől lesz ez egy keretes történet. Ugye eddig ez egy kicsit úgy hangozhatott, mint a Königsbergi töredékek, de ezt a teljes iratanyagot, amit most itt említettem, ezt szeretném feldolgozni, és akkor ebből sokkal kerekebb kép fog kijönni. A túlélők 1945-ben a koncentrációs táborokból, illetve a szovjet lágerekből is, ahová néhányan 1938 után a magyar fennhatóságtól való félelmükben menekültek, ugye hiába, elkezdenek visszatérni. Azonban az elvándorlás már ugyanebben az évben megkezdődik. Optálási jog csak a szerződő államok között van, tehát a Szovjetunió és Csehszlovákia között, Magyarország felé nincs. Nyilván ez meghatározza, de valószínűleg nem ez a döntő abban, hogy Csehszlovákia felé mennek és nem máshová. És hasonló folyamat megy végbe a Kárpátok túloldalán, Galíciában is, ahol a Molotov-Ribbentrop paktummal megszerzett szovjet területekről 30 000 zsidó távozik Lengyelországba, és több mint 20 000 a bukovinai részről Romániába. És a még mindig itt maradó zsidóságot 46 és 48 között a Szovjetunió összegyűjti, és az oroszországi zsidó autonóm területre Birobidzsánba telepíti át, tehát a Kárpátok mindkét oldala minden értelemben kiürül. Most a végén ez nem vesz igénybe 10 másodpercnél többet. Találtam korabeli fényképeket. Arra még nem volt időm, hogy azt ellenőrizzem, hogy ezek ismertek-e vagy sem, azt nem tettem be közé, például a munkácsi gettó bejáratát a palánk kapuval és a biciklivel, ami egy nagyon közismert, hanem a többit szeretném gyorsan megmutatni. A képek alatt levő felirat az a képek hátán levő feliratnak egy része. Ez egy ablakból fényképezett, és itt a középen ez nem az ablak része, hanem az egy fa, hogyha jó minőségben nézzük, és a fa fog vándorolni a képen, ebből látszik, ahogy egy folyamatot fényképezett az, aki ezeket a képeket csinálta. Ez mind a munkácsi zsidóknak a gettóba zárásának a menete, a gettózás befejezése, a zsidók deportálása után ágyneműeket a nagy templomban halmozzák fel. Másodszor is szűkítik a gettót, a Munkácsi Mihály utca bal oldaláról is el kell távozniuk a zsidóknak. Szűkítik a gettót, a Kossuth utca páros oldaláról kilakoltatják a zsidókat. Köszönöm szépen a figyelmet!
Köszönjük szépen az előadást, és következő előadónk Guido Attila, aki Gettók Észak-Erdélyben címmel fog előadást tartani, és legjobb tudomásom szerint Guido tanár úr kihasználva a modern 21. századi lehetőségeket online jelentkezik be. Talán már itt is van. Szervusz Attila, hallasz minket?
Ható vagyok.
Abban vagy.
Rendben. Köszönöm szépen.
Köszöntünk téged, és akkor tiéd a szó, 20 perced van.
Kezdem is, megosztom a képernyőt. Az előadásomban egy nagyon rövid kontextualizálást követően a gettósítások előzményeit, magát a gettó fogalmát és a gettósításnak a fogalmát ismertetem, illetve az észak-erdélyi gettók, gyűjtőtáborok belső életének néhány aspektusára is ki fogok térni. Lássuk a kontextust. Tehát ezek ismert dolgok. 1940. augusztus 30-án a második bécsi döntéssel Észak-Erdély visszakerül Magyarországhoz. Ezzel a területtel összesen több mint 151 000 izraelita lakos is visszakerül Magyarországhoz. Ők a terület lakosságának mintegy 5,9%-át alkotják. Ha a faji törvényeket is figyelembe vesszük, akkor az 1941-es népszámlálások alapján valamivel több mint 164 000 zsidónak minősülő személy élt Észak-Erdélyben. Kiket érintett a holokauszt? Hát mindannyiunkat érintette, tehát mindenkit, aki zsidónak minősült. Természetesen volt egy nagyon-nagyon szűk réteg, aki valamilyen oknál fogva kivételezett volt, de ezekre nem térek ki. A deportálások során nagyjából 135 000 zsidónak minősülő személyt visznek el Auschwitzba. Közülük nagyjából 25-28-30 000 éli túl a deportálásokat, de nem mindenki tér vissza Észak-Erdélybe, a visszatérők száma nagyjából 20 000 lehetett. A holokauszt alatt természetesen egyéb emberveszteségek is voltak, kiutasítások, korábbi deportálások, itt elsősorban a Kamjanszk-Podolszki deportálásokra gondolok, illetve a munkaszolgálati rendszer is nagyon sok áldozatot követelt. Az 1944-es gettósítási és deportálási műveletek során Észak-Erdélyt két részre osztották. Az északi részben fekvő Máramaros kiegészülve a korábban Kárpátaljához tartozó Észak-Máramarossal. Az első, míg a többi észak-erdélyi rész, tehát itt Szatmár, Bihar, Belső-Erdély és Székelyföld vármegyére gondolok, a második deportálási zónába kerültek. Az első deportálási zónába tartozó máramarosi zsidók összegyűjtését az 1944. április 12-én Munkácson megtartott értekezleten készítették elő. A második zóna műveleteit az április 26-i szatmárnémeti és az április 28-i marosvásárhelyi megbeszéléseken véglegesítették Endre László belügyi államtitkár elnökletével. A megbeszéléseken résztvevő vezető helyi köztisztviselők, rendőr és csendőrőrvezetők és alispánok hazatérésüket követően újból egyeztettek az adott településen történő gettósítás menetéről és a gettók helyéről. A deportálások részleteivel Ferenczy László csendőr alezredes által elnökölt május 12-i munkácsi és május 18-20-i kolozsvári értekezletek foglalkoztak. A mutatók a Szilágy megyei román állami levéltárban talált dokumentumot is. Ez Ferenczy László távirata a Szilágy vármegyei alispánnak, Gazda Endrének, amelyben értesíti, hogy április 26-án részt kell vennie a szatmári értekezleten.
To say a couple of words about the curfew. The curfew is interesting because in this region, it was first imposed as early as the 1st of April 1944 in Máramaros, because the police headquarters on the 1st of April 1944 issued a decree prohibiting Jews from leaving their homes from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Similarly, they were not allowed to leave the town even outside the curfew period. The foreign Jews staying in Máramaros Island have to leave the city immediately. Before the ghettoization, much of the Hungarian press kept the negative image of Jews constantly on the agenda, even hitting out at the smallest, most insignificant cases. The few deviant or through the anti-Semitic prism of the time, deviant behavior was essentially generalized, namely extended to the entire Jewish population. The reports about the rounding up of the Jews of Transcarpathia and Máramaros already prepared the Christian and probably the Jewish population as well for the expected ghettoization of northern Transylvania. The press carefully avoided the term ghettoization, using instead the words expulsion and deportation. The Keleti Újság, a daily paper published in Cluj-Napoca, reported in detail about the exemplary punishment of Christian helpers in the rounding up of the Jews of Transcarpathia and Máramaros, or the rounding up of Jews who tried to escape the ghettoization. At the same time, the article tried to reassure Jewish readers in northern Transylvania that Jews were only being deported from the peripheries, so that those living in the central part of Hungary and central part of northern Transylvania had nothing to fear. And in this photo, you can see an example of this paper published on the 2nd of May, and an excerpt from that. Well, on the 3rd of May 1944, so namely on the first day of ghettoization, two articles appeared in the Ellenzék paper, which reinforced each other and thus had a greater impact on readers. One of these articles was about the beginning of the ghettoization of Miskolc and the removal of 13,000 Jews to a place where they wouldn't have to live together. Sorry, where they would have to live together. So this can be seen, this article can be seen in the slide, and next to the article there was also a report by the Cluj-Napoca police headquarters. So, and in this report, a curfew, it was mentioned that the curfew was imposed from 6 p.m. On the 2nd of May until 11 a.m. on the 3rd of May on persons obliged to wear the yellow star. The news from Miskolc suggested, and so to raise awareness of the fact that the process had already begun in which ghettoization was also taking place in Cluj-Napoca, in North Transylvania, and also confirmed the police station's announcement, the previous announcement. So in other words, he they conveyed to both the Christian and the Jewish population a sense of resignation to inevitable lawful events and the need for cooperation. Another daily paper, Kolozsvári Hír, on the other hand, did not interpret the statement of the police station, but communicated its content in a factual manner. The two new pieces of articles published side by side were thus, in a sense, conveying information, presenting the reader with an unalterable sequence of events, and giving strict orders. Now, let's have a look at what the concept of the ghetto meant. So in the territory of northern Transylvania, there were certain locations that also operated as veganization centers, and these were these ones. So in Zone 1, in Máramaros-sziget, there were two ghettos, and in Felső-Visó there was another ghetto, and in Zone 2 there were such locations in Szatmárnémeti, Nagybánya, Nagyvárad, Somlyó-Csehi, Dés, Kolozsvár, Marosvásárhely, Beszterce, and Szászrégen. So these were the locations, their veganization centers were operating in these times. According to Randolph Brown, the terms ghetto and ghettoization were carefully avoided in official documents. Instead of these, much more bureaucratic and at the same time idle-sounding terms were used, such as camp transfer and concentration camp. At the same time, the terms cleansing operation, transfer to a closed place were also used. In his testimony before the People's Court in Budapest on the 17th of December 1945, a person stated that ghettos were, and here I quote, a method of housing Jews together in flats built for human habitation, while camps were defined as a factory or farm buildings with a larger capacity or as a set of barracks built of planks for this purpose. End of quote. So, these quotes are from a person called Endre. So at least we do have a ghetto definition from this period. And if we approve László Endre's categorization and definition, then we can say that ghettos in northern Transylvania or concentration camp locations in northern Transylvania, or the majority thereof, that also operated as veganizing centers, could be categorized as collection camps. And in the slide you can see a chart, and if you use Endre's definition as a starting point, I wanted to categorize these locations on northern Transylvania. I didn't list those venues which were located in Máramaros or Máramaros, which did not belong to Romania or northern Transylvania in those times. So based on these, from the first zone, Felső-Visó, and two concentration camps of Máramaros could be considered as such, and from the second zone, Szatmárnémeti's ghetto and the big ghetto could be considered to belong in these category. I mistakenly list here the small ghetto, but it was a mistake on my side. And as for the collection camps, 4 out of these are brick factories, namely Targomures, Sarasra, Barás, and Dés is a very special case because Dés is in the center of nowhere, so in a forest, and this is where a collection camp of Jews were located. Well, if you take the time factor into account and consider those concentration sites as ghettos that were in operation for more than 2 weeks, then all the above should be considered as ghettos, irrespective of the fact what kind of categorization Endre used for them. And there are further centers that were not operating as veganization centers, such as Bártfalva, Dragomérfalva, and Szamosújvár. I mean, these collection centers, these ghettos. Because in Bártfalva and Dragomérfalva, there were ghettos operating for more than a month, and as for Szamosújvár, the ghetto was operating for more than 2 weeks, and the residents of the Szamosújvár ghetto, after 2 weeks, were transported to the brick factory ghetto of Cluj-Napoca. Just a couple of words about inner life of ghettos, collection camps in northern Transylvania. I'm not going to cover all aspects. I'd like to focus on 3 aspects in a nutshell. The first one is the layout of the living quarters. The living conditions of the Jews who were rounded up were determined primarily by the location of the ghetto and the buildings it contained. The inhabitants of the ghettos, which were set up on streets and streetscapes in towns, were housed in houses, their cellars and attics. So the primary problem here was not a lack of permanent shelter, but overcrowdedness. The Jewish councils, on the other hand, made futile requests to increase the area of the ghettos, and their pleas were not heard at all. László Chonka, the mayor of Satu Mare, for example, refused to allow the ghettos area to be enlarged because he knew that the Jews who had been rounded up would soon be transported to Auschwitz anyway. So, and he himself stated this when he was suited because he didn't let the ghetto to be expanded. Well, we can believe him or not. Maybe he simply wanted to reduce his responsibility because Mr. Chonka was ready to perform all decrees without any consideration. And you know, here we can see the map of the Szatmár-Németi ghetto. Well, on the right-hand side of the plan, we can see 3 to 4 streets, which were pretty much the zone of the ghetto, and the Jewish Council wanted this size to be doubled, but as mentioned before, this was not allowed by the mayor. If you can see my cursor, then I'm going to show you a much bigger area. So this is what the Jewish Council of Satu Mare wanted to get as the area of the ghetto. The acute shortage of furnishing, including beds, meant that the people crammed into the buildings had no decent place to lie down. Most of the inhabitants of the Satu Mare ghetto slept on the bare ground for the first few days, until, at the request of the Jewish Council, the mayor had 2 wagons of straw delivered on the 16th of May to be used as bedding. By the way, the Jewish Council requested 5 wagons of straw. The task of making the ghettos and the brickworks habitable required even greater efforts, but I'm not going to speak about this in more detail. And speak about the meals. Testimonies given at the People's Court in Cluj-Napoca and the recollections by survivors confirm that in the ghettos, especially in the early days, people ate food they had brought from home and cooked with the ingredients that they had brought with them. It was a common phenomenon that in the early days the authorities did not allocate any food to the ghettos at all, but only after 1 to 2 weeks, when starvation was common among those gathered. At this time, flour, bread, few vegetables and even less meat were usually delivered, and occasionally food collected from the Jewish homes left behind was also taken to the ghetto. The rumor mongering also had a positive effect on the food supply of the Jews. Well, of course, only in quotation marks, because as the rumor spread throughout northern Transylvania that Jews were poisoning the food that they had left behind, the Gendarmerie District headquarters in Cluj-Napoca and Targu-Mureș also decreed that all such foodstuff, except for fat, were forbidden to be distributed to Christians. However, they did permit the food to be used to feed ghettoized Jews. In most places, the Jewish Council set up kitchens which provided a daily ration of hot soup for some of the Jews who had been rounded up. some more fortunate members of the ghetto could also get some food from external sources, and there are several records of the fact that some Christian inhabitants or family members try to take some food into the ghetto. Hygiene, medical care. The spread of diseases and infections was not easy to be prevented due to the lack of appropriate equipment, chemicals, and this was generally not successful either. The requests of the Jewish councils were only occasionally met with sympathetic ears by the municipal authorities. On the 12th of May, namely 3 days before the deportations, the Jewish Council of the Máramaros ghetto asked for 10 liters of denatured alcohol to sterilize the medical equipment of the Jewish Health Center, and 30 liters of petroleum was also requested for disinfection and cleaning purposes. The ghetto medical officer approved the request on the 13th of May, but just as the request was about to be fulfilled, the deportations began. Thus, on the 23rd of May, it was filed as unmet, like so many other requests. And this is how the document was taken into the archives. Of course, we could speak a lot about the Jewish councils, their roles within the ghettos, and the mints as well, which were used for the torturing of those people who were considered to be rich. But finally, what I have to speak about is that the deportations of northern Transylvania began on the 16th of May in Máramaros Island and ended on the 7th of June in Cluj-Napoca, and this was the end of the collection camps because these camps were terminated. Just a couple of words of the progress of the roundups and deportations. László Ferenc, gendarme, lieutenant colonel and liaison officer between the Hungarian gendarmerie and the German security police, he sent regular reports, including to the 2 state secretaries for the interior, László Endre and László Baki. The deportation trains from northern Transylvania passed through Košice. According to the records kept by the railway commander in Košice, it is probable that 1,031,639 Jews were transported to Auschwitz-Birkenau, but this figure could also reach 135,000. And finally, I think it's worth mentioning that the ghettoization and the operation of ghettos and the emptying of these ghettos and how much it is similar to international examples. Well, there is a significant difference compared to ghettos in Poland. In northern Transylvania, ghettos had the opportunity to structure themselves, and they had daily schedule, namely that they were working regularly, they operated certain systems. I mean, this was the practice in, for example, Poland. However, in northern Transylvania, they didn't really have the time to do so. So the steps in the chronology of the ghettos in Poland, Lithuania, or Belarus, which had existed for a long time, even for years, were completely absent in the ghettos of northern Transylvania. In the Lodz ghetto, for example, from 1940 to January 1942, the Jewish community remained essentially untouched, and after that the deportation of Jews began, and from autumn of 1942, only Jews who were fit for work remained in the ghetto. In a sense, the ghetto continued to function as a labor camp until its liquidation in 1944. In northern Transylvania, however, the purpose of the roundup was clear. The temporary ghetto served as third-class waiting rooms for death trains. Thus, there was no need to separate the Jews who were able to work from those who were not. They were deported from the ghettos at the same time. Thank you very much. Should you have any questions, then of course I would be more than happy to answer them and speak in more detail about certain questions.
Köszönjük szépen Attilának.
Thank you so much, Attila. And we are a normal conference, so obviously there's modification in the program, in the schedule. Attila, Shimon, colleague, has some other duties, and for this very reason we are not going to have the chance to listen to him. Instead, Attila Jakab is going to deliver his lecture, and his the title of his presentation is Christians classified as Jews in the Hungarian ghettos in 1944. So as long as my slideshow is getting loaded, I would like to tell you that the Hungarian Holocaust research has a very under-researched and, in my opinion, a more or less tabooed topic, which is the history of Christians who were racially classified as Jews during the Holocaust. So this issue, this question, is without professional literature, without any literature. So the question is, what is the reason for this? In my opinion, it is the consistent attitude of the Christian churches, which is, so to speak, completely refuses to face the past of the two world wars. Ottokár Prohászka, bishopos Székesfehérvár, in his history of the Hungarist ideal, has a very important role, but what's important is the very important Kálmán Darányi had a speech in 1937 which practically brought in the Jewish issue into the public discourse and the problem, and the Jewish problem. And actually, as such, the religious press has become has taken an active role in this. So who am I going to talk about in this lecture? I would like to talk about people who were baptized at one time or another, having left the Israelite denomination, and who were full members of a Christian denomination at the time of the Jewish laws. Still, they were considered Jews racially. I speak of baptism on purpose, because I consider the term out baptism, as Hungarians refer to this, which has become established in public and academic discourse, and I think this is a complete nonsense, because you cannot out baptize. You can there is conversion of different kinds, but there is no such a thing of out baptism from theological point of view. And it is certainly no coincidence that the 1929 Hungarian Jewish Encyclopedia includes the word conversion. So the origins of Hungarian Christians of Jewish origin, to be more precise, converted from the Israelite religion to a Christian denomination, can be tracked back to the second half of the 19th century. Because this is when the Jews as individuals the emancipation of 1867 and the religious denomination of 1895, so the religious emancipation of the Israelite religion were granted equal rights with the Christian inhabitants of the denominations, which enabled practically the baptism, so conversion to Christianity, or it also enabled Christians to convert to the Jewish religion. Catholic, Reformed, Protestant, and Israelite religious had become equal, completely equal. While Hungarian liberal nationalism expected linguistic and cultural assimilation, it did not require denomination change, because actually, but there was an implicit expectation that an Israelite who was economically and socially in a better position, so it was welcome if they converted into one of the Christian churches. Although between 1896 and 1917, these conversions were relatively scarce. Approximately 10,000 conversions were recorded. So those who converted from the Jewish religion to one of the Christian religions. Later, however, from 1920 on, the conviction is becoming stronger, which was already apparent during the 1910s, that these Israelites were not fully honest in converting from the Jewish religion to the Christian religion. And here, okay, I don't want to read it out. Dezső Szabó in 1921 put it like these Jews, these Israelites, are the most dangerous type, as he says. And but even Dezső Baltazar, Reformed bishop, who was not an anti-Semite at all, said that the Jew has been converted is like a white page between the volumes of the Old and the New Testaments. They belong nowhere, neither here nor there. So Bishop Balthazar was very precise to some extent in defining the place of these Christians of Israelite origin in the religious field, because they were stuck in kind of no man's land. So that was the place that they managed to occupy. So that was the place of no one's. So they were out of one of the religions. They didn't belong there, but they were not part of the other religion. So that next religion did not accept them truly. Another important piece of information that the Israelite religion representatives thought that these decisions, these conversions were made on the basis of interests. So Jews themselves thought it this way. And after the anti-Jewish law of 1938, obviously a wave of conversion took place. The Jewish communities of the time considered this as something that the Jews were not truthful. So practically we should consider to what extent the religious position is a social issue, is a cultural issue, and the conversion is it a social or a cultural issue, and to what extent it's really a religious move, because as opposed to public conventional wisdom, conversion is not necessarily a change in religion. Okay, it's not strictly related to the issue, but for example, the very, very Catholic Changos of Moldova, if they marry a nice person in Turkey, the first thing they do is that they convert to Islam. This is actually a paper, a conversion paper and a conversion story from 1934 Centropa. So it says that if an Israelite, a person of Israelite origin, was in a position of economy or society, etc., then a Christian colleague of his urged him, supported him in converting to one of the Christian religions. So in the light of all this, obviously the question arises, why is it important to talk about these people, these Christians who are racially identified as Jews? It's important because in numerical terms we are talking about a very significant social group. According to Alajos Dolányi Kovács, demographer, according to his estimate in 1938, this number is 80 to 90,000 people. So this is a significant group, and their tragedy reveals in its totality, and it's in its naked reality, it reveals what happened. And what was the public discourse, the religious and the Christian public discourse between the two wars, and how they handled the categories. For example, we often mentioned this association, the Holy Cross Association. This is actually an association of converted Jews, Christian Jews. Moritz Kornfeld initiated the establishment of this association. So this is a private initiative. A beginner Christian had this initiative, so not the initiative of the church at all. And the true tragedy came in 1944. What happened in 1944? Christians who had been racially categorized as Jews, so for them, so actually it turned out that that their documents do not give them any exemption. The anti-Jewish laws applied to them as well, which resulted in a number of family tragedies. Of course, I'm not going to read these out. So you can see that even on the 19th of May 1948, the Holy Cross Association of Szeged petitioned the mayor to improve the conditions of certain groups of those confined to the ghetto. And they wanted to get some relief. And on the 24th, 27th of May 1944, Colonel Zalasdi instructed the transport of 77 Jews who had been baptized, but before marriage, so they were in mixed marriages, and 48 Jews were removed from the Baja collection camp. The report of the Szeged police on the 3rd of June 1944 says the following. Actually, it says that this gives us a kind of a picture of what happened. We initiate for example, someone reports about someone, a Jewish person, that they want to convert. At the same time, there is deportations going on, and the Jews who want to convert need to attend a 3-month course of training. These ghettos lasted not longer than two weeks or up to 2 months, but not more. But here it was an expectation to attend 3-month courses. And those Jews were reported who, for whatever reason, for example, because they did not wear the yellow star. And it also happened that exempt Jewish people put on the yellow star so that they would not be reported at all times. So the exemption issue that we raise here, the Israelites, so those who were of Israelite origin, priests, etc., monks, were exempt, and those Christians who for whatever reason under law they were classified as Jews, but they were exempt from wearing the obligation of wearing the yellow star. And what we can also see here is that the Roman Catholic communities, Jews wanting to get baptism were not very welcome. This is a letter of Bishop Endre Hamvas of Csanád to the Archbishop of Szeged. And actually he says that if possible, the Christian Jews should not be deported, and the Catholic bishop practically did not put any pressure on the governor of the county. As for the family tragedies, this is a report of the 23rd of June 1944 from Dombóvár on the fate of children from so-called mixed marriages. So this report details that families are torn apart. One part goes to the ghetto, another part remains outside, and practically these individual family tragedies clearly point to the fact how shocking the Hungarian society and the Hungarian church of the era was, how passive they were, what kind of how they behaved, and really it was shocking. It clearly shows the tragedy of those people who were racially Jewish but converted to Christianity. And the answer is very simple and kind of up to the point from the county governor, who said any Jew who is obliged to wear a yellow star and as such is ghettoized is also to be transported to a collection camp. Full stop. And in summary, so that the Jewish Christian, especially during the hardest times, the Christian communities, neither the believers nor the priests, so they did not consider them equal with the so-called people of Hungarian race. So this was a different racial category. So from the very first Jewish law of 1938, Christians who were classified as Jews were expected to accept their exclusion, humiliation, and suffering with surrender. And here, Bishop Ravas. This is the words of Ravas Bishop. In 1944, this was matched by a similar acceptance of deprivation of material possessions, ghettoization, and deportation. In all this, but above all in their deaths, they proved to the racial Hungarian original Christians that they had been baptized not out of interest, but out of conviction. In my opinion, the tragedy of these Christians deserves and should receive more attention in Hungarian Holocaust research, and I hope that I have succeeded in pointing out its paramount importance. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you, Attila Jakab, for your presentation. And last but not least, this is the cruelest role, Attila Peyin from Zenta. He came to us from Zenta. Ghettos on the southern area, so let's go across the borders and let's take a look at the communities there. So Attila Peyin, Director, please deliver your presentation. Welcome, hello. Well, as the title goes, actually there's two problems in the title. And I did not manage to clarify the two problems yesterday and today. Number one is what ghetto is. At the same time, I would like to assure you that when it comes to the Southlands and the collection and the deportation of the Jewish people of the Southlands, Ghetto, so anything that was installed there, that was established there, could be put and can be put under the category, under the term ghetto. So that's an important point. So in wherever and into whatever these people were collected, we can refer to those as ghettos. As for the Southlands, I must make a clarification. So here at this conference, we often mostly refer to the reconnected lands, and the Southlands do not comprise the reconnected area of the southern part of former Hungary. So what we mean by the Southland, Délvidék today, or Vajdaság, Vojvodina, these are often used in substitutions with one another. So Vojvodina today plus the triangle of Baranya and the lands of the Mura River. So the reconnection of these is what we need to consider when one part of the Southlands returned to former Hungary. As for reconnection, the important point is that on the 27th of March 1941 there was a demonstration in Belgrade, a large demonstration. The Tripartite Pact was the reason for the demonstration, and that was used. And actually there was a coup, and the new transitional government did not exclude the potential, the opportunity of the Tripartite Pact, and Hitler practically used the opportunity to invade and to break into pieces the former Yugoslavia. Obviously, Hitler counted on the Allied troops like Italy, Bulgaria, and Hungary. So his allies, I mean, and Hungary, especially a few days later, the independent Croatian state was declared, and the Ustasha movement had an important role. This was a far-right association movement, and Hungary actually communicated that there is no more, there's no Yugoslavia anymore, and hence this friendship agreement between Yugoslavia and Hungary no longer exists. So this was the moment when Hungary reoccupied the Bácska part of the Southland only, and practically Germany indicated that Bánság will be put under their protection, but I'm going to talk about that later on. So practically for the participation, for Hungary's participation, it received the Muraköz, the Bácska triangle, and some other parts. All in all, 14,000 square kilometers, very mixed in terms of ethnics, in terms of population, a little more than 1 million inhabitants, 39% Hungarian, 19% German, 16% Serbian, and the rest other minorities, other ethnic groups like Slovakians, Romanians, and obviously Jews as well, which is not highlighted separately by the statistics. It's a little more than 1% by the Jews, actually. Jews were concentrated on 10 municipalities like Subotica, Novi Sad, and in Zombor and in Zenta, these two-letter municipalities, there were 1,500 inhabitants of Jewish origin. Before going to Bácska, I intentionally highlighted bánság and szerémség, which did not return to Hungary.
And well, as for the Jewry of bánság, it's not widely known. At least this is what is said in the specialized text. Bánság is a micro-region that for the first time was Jew-free in Europe, because on the 20th of August there was not a single Jew in the Bánság region. Well, on the 27th of March 1941, the Hungarian government counted on the opportunity that together with Bácska, the Bánság region will also be re-annexed to Hungary. And the Hungarian state was really firm in this opinion thereof, and unfortunately the Jewry living there was also of this opinion, and this would have a very tragic consequence later on. And it was considered as impossible that the Germans would invade that territory, because in the period between the two world wars the German propaganda was continuously present there, mostly represented by the Jewry, by the young population living there. And on the 12th of April, there was a preliminary guideline or set of guidelines published about Croatia and the future of Croatia. And they refer to Romania because Romania also had aspirations for this region. Romania wanted to rejoin Bánság with the Romanian part of Bánság, and of course the Germans were there. And on the 19th of April, it became evident for Hungarians what the plans of the Germans were. And there was an audience of Hitler when he also conveyed this message. The Germans arrived in Bánság pretty much later, and of course the Germans didn't face any military activities, because the Yugoslavian army already left this area. And together with the Germans, also 6,000, the German soldiers, 6,000 further Germans returned to the region. Well, as mentioned before, during the period between the two world wars, to the territory of Bánság, Nazi propaganda continuously arrived, targeting mostly young generation. However, it needs to be mentioned that older Germans who socialized in the former Kaiser und König period were not so happy about this propaganda. And, well, they were not harmed. However, they were nicknamed as Wild Jews. This is just piece of curiosity. During the census of 1935, meant census based on mother tongue, and the entire population was almost 600,000, 1/5 Germans, 1/5 Hungarians, and the rest mostly Serbians, and then also Romanians and Bulgarians. However, it needs to be noted that out of the 4,000 Jews, 1,874 said that their mother tongues were German. So Bánság remained under military organization, military governance, and later it would belong to the Nazi governments. However, it was the military that in reality decided on what to happen in this region. And they were partners of the German oppressing army, and you know, the young generations were open to this ideology. Later, after the war, German population had to flee from the region because there was collective responsibility that had to, for which they had to face with the court. Well, the Jewry was deprived of their rights based on central decree, and well, so what happened in the Bácska region after the entry of the Hungarian army and after the re-annexation of Bácska to Hungary, the Hungarian Jewish-based laws were expanded to this area. And well, as a culmination, of course, the Jews had to wear the yellow cross. The Jews were taken to forced labor. However, classic ghettoization didn't take place. But you know, similarly to what happened in 1941 in Bácska, smaller collection camps were established, and the Jews had to go there for a shorter period of time, and they were humiliated in these camps. However, after having paid a certain amount of money, they were left free. In Petrograd and in Lenin, also collection camps were established, and in these camps they wanted to collect mostly wealthy Jews. However, even if at the very beginning these camps were just temporary camps, they were filled, and then later these camps started to operate not as temporary but as constant camps, and the Jews were interned here. And then, after a couple of days, they were transported on the river to Belgrade. And here, basically, they were exterminated in two camps, in Toposka Shuta and in another camp. So by the end of 1942, all of them had been terminated. As mentioned, between the 5th and 20th of August, Bánság, the entire Jewish population of Bánság had been evicted. And as for architectural values, these were also just damaged, all the synagogues and all other important architectural buildings. The German army in April occupied the region, mostly the western region, and as for the eastern region, it was in the hands of the German, and after the 10th of October, this region was given to the Croatians. Based on the census of 1934, approximately 270,000 Serbians lived here, but there were also 15% Germans, certain Slavic people, and 5% Hungarians, but there were also Slovakians, Russians, and Gypsies, I mean Roma people, and just a handful of Jews. Similarly to the Germans, the Croatians also, in a very short period of time, introduced discriminative steps against the Jews, and the Germans assisted in doing so. Well, here, community buildings of the Jews, synagogues were looted and very often also damaged, and the Jews had to wear a certain armband. Well, their concentration didn't really take place. However, there was a curfew. So all in all, they really made it impossible for the Jews to lead a normal everyday life. So even so-called spiritual ghetto was established here. So in this sense, the ghettoization of the Jews did happen before transporting them into the death camps. Of course, the Croatians also had similar system. There were also assimilation camps in operation. Approximately 7,000 Jews were taken here, and only 200 out of them lived up to the liberation. And let's move on to the Bácska region. As mentioned, after the Hungarian army had marched in, military governance started to operate in the Bácska, and step by step, civil public administration started to operate, and only at the end of 1941 was the area re-annexed to Hungary. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean that during the military governance there were no atrocities against the Jews. However, there were camps established based on certain decrees, of course. In Palánka, Zombor, Újbecse, Topolya, and Subotica, such camps were established, and these camps were transformed to different types of camps, namely collection camps. So these camps were primarily established in order to take the Jews here, problematic Jews, as for their citizenship. So in order to, so they were taken here into these camps in order to investigate whether they are real Hungarian citizens or not. And of course, it doesn't necessarily mean that these steps were taken against Jews only. So there were lots of Serbians, so-called colonist Serbians, who were settled here into the Bácska region a couple of decades ago. And well, if it turned out that these Serbians were simply settled here, so they should have been moved to Serbia. However, of course, the Germans were not really happy about such plans, and very severe conflict situations arose. And, it was also difficult to take... however, similar steps could be done in a very easy manner against the Jews. Of course, the Germans were not really happy about the Jews being moved to Serbia, but they were more easygoing in connection with the further fate of the Jews living in the Bánság. As we do know, these Jews were later transported to Belgrade and exterminated. The Bácska situation was further complicated by the very fact that there was an uprising in Serbia in July, and this in 3 years culminated. So this culminated into an uprising in the entire territory of the former Yugoslavia. And in Bácska, the communist movement was present. And its members were not only Jews or Serbians, but there were a huge number of Hungarians also participated in the movement. However, later in the autumn, when a cleansing started to take place, when almost every single participant were found, mostly the Jews were killed because of some Judeo-Bolshevistic couping. As mentioned, there were no real ghettos established in the Bácska region. However, there were collection camps where not only Jews but also Serbians were collected. The Jewry who used to live alongside the river Tisza were ghettoized only for a day or two, and after that they were transported to Szeged and also then to Boya, and later, of course, the final destination was Auschwitz. So on the 25th and 26th of October, the jewelry had been collected mostly to community buildings that used to belong to the Jewry, so either to synagogues or schools, and from these points then they were taken to the train station, and of course from that point on it was pretty obvious that they would never return, and of course we do know what the reason behind was. Subotica was the only exception. There a real ghetto was established in the sense that a certain part of the town was designated and also and circulated on March the 22nd, they started to organize the establishment of the ghetto. So this territory was continuously expanded, and the population who used to live there had to move out by May the 3rd. Of course, we do know the streets that demarked the borders of this ghetto. Well, approximately 2,500, 2,800 people resided here. However, there are certain reports stating that twice as many people used to live here. On the 2nd of May, Andre Laszlo visited the town, and he also had a look at this internation camp created for the Jews and the ghetto as well, and he was very delighted that in Subotica each and every steps and measures listed in the legislation on the Jews had been completed, and you know, they also created a separate camp for the Jews who arrived here from other regions. So they didn't want to mix up the Jews. Based on the archive related documents, there were approximately 1,755 people staying here, but other resources speak about twice as many people. On the 29th of April, a Jewish council was also established. So this also shows that this ghetto was a classic ghetto. And, you know, people could only communicate with the authorities through this Jewish council. You know, people were allowed to move in and out from the ghetto, especially in order to get some food. However, there was a curfew in operation for the evening, for the night hours. The deportation of the Jews took place on the 16th of June. First, they were transported to Bácsalmás, and from then on, of course, the number of the Jews increased. So in Szeged and in Boya, there were huge numbers of Jews who were transported. So some intermittent measures also have to be taken, and they were, of course, deported to Auschwitz. Well, we do not have direct sources about how the deportations were taking place. However, based on newspaper articles, we know that the Jewish council had to report the names of those transported, and the deadline of such data transfer was June the 13th. And, you know, there were some people who were transported even sooner than June the 16th. Well, however, some of these people were not transported to the same location as the rest of the group. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much for the presentation of Attila Payne. And here comes the opportunity of raising questions from the speakers while you're thinking about your questions and comments. During the presentation of Attila Payne, two things came into my mind. Number one is what he referred to. So Germans back in the 1930s had very, very strong propaganda activities in the former Yugoslavia, but we can also say that in the entire Balkanic region it was true. In the 1930s in Hungary, the gendarmerie was fighting with the Pangermine propaganda, and that happened that Hungarian gendarmerie arrested people because of propaganda, and the interrogation happened in a classic manner. And of course the Germans were naturally happy about people being slapped on the face, and they said, that Hungarian gendarmerie has this kind of interrogation practice. However, the reply was that this is only part of the normal manner of interrogation, the normal practice of interrogation. I do not know whether you have questions, whether you have comments. I can see some hands in the air, so I'd like to give you the floor.
András Lugosi, yes, please. To Attila, this is my question to Attila, and at a certain point I would like to argue. At our group, there is a Holy Cross association, and I have found not a single entry about this association, so we don't know anything about them. But there's 120 pieces of documents which prove that some informal baptisms took place. Jewish people were baptized, and their addresses in such a time when Jewish people were removed, and then they had to go to ghettos, and they were hiding, etc. And then the siege came. So the dates, what you can say about the dates, that from the German occupation up until the siege, the completion of the siege, this was what happened. And you said that your examples of Szeged and from elsewhere, so what you saw dominating was that the Christian churches were not open for baptism. So this is my question, number one. And number two, again related to the role of Christian religions, Christian churches, and the behavior, their behavior actually on the upper house during the adoption of the third anti-Jewish law. Practically they didn't manage to push through their amendments. What more, they even included some other amendments. So it was kind of like they tried to resist something, but something even worse came out. So does this modify the overall picture of the Christian churches that we have in our minds, and when it comes to responsibility of Christian churches? Attila, go ahead. So all in all, my answer is no. So with regards to these pieces of document, these tickets, we should look at what is actual, realistic baptism, act of baptism behind these, or these are just pieces of paper that give us some. This is just a description by someone that this and this person got baptized. So are these in the registry or they are not? But what we can see in general that the more the anti-Jewish laws come about, the more we can see that the Christian churches require stronger and stronger this 3-month-long training. So what they say, what they communicate, that we will baptize only those who will complete this 3-month-long training course, which will make them eligible for baptism. So all in all, those tickets that you're talking about, I would say that doesn't change the overall picture, because we must make a difference. So I think this is the comparison what I always apply. That is the wood and the tree. So the problem, are you looking at the wood or the tree or the forest, the complete forest? So can we overgo the wood, and can we take a look at the forest as a whole? So with regards to the Christian churches as institutions, and this is the core problem. So we do not, or we are not attentive enough in terms of making a difference between church as an institution, as a system of institutions, and within the institution there are different functions in different roles, different positions, where there are individuals. So institution as such, I would say, is not able to face their own history. And there is nothing that we could change this. We could change this if we consider that there were individuals within the institutions, within the bureaucracy of the church. So they were practically cogwheels of the whole machine, priests, etc., and even believers who morally behaved differently, and individual by individual, as individuals, they tried to make a difference, irrespective of their positions. But this does not save the institution itself, because these pieces of trees, individuals, so those are the ones who I think we should put more emphasis on, those individuals, because they could be examples for us. But the problem is that if we want to look at someone as examples, then we should look at the context of the era as well. And the overall picture is not nice. This is number one. Number two is the upper class, the upper chamber. So when it comes to the third anti-Jewish law and the behavior, the role of the adoption of the anti-Jewish law, and the reason why they did not adopt it was because if they adopt it, then they should spit on their own theology with regards to marriage. So it wasn't like, yes, but I accept, but on the condition that, as if it happened during the anti-Jewish laws number 1 and number 2. So that was what happened, that yes, we accept on the condition, but we should modify this, we should make it human, we should make it rosier, etc. But when the third anti-Jewish law came, there was no room for that. So if they had accepted the third anti-Jewish law, then they could have flushed the whole thing on the sewer, through the sewer. Thank you so much. István Végső from the Clio Institute. Thank you so much. I had loads of questions. Yes, but we've got limited time, so perhaps in an email. Yes, in an email I will, to Attila Gida. Email is great. Email is excellent tool for asking questions, so I support you in that. Okay, now I would like to ask a question from Attila Guido. You mentioned that there was more, and after the German occupation, the murders of Jews become manifold. So there were many murders of Jews. And my question is, were these murders committed by Germans or by other people? You also mentioned ghetto of 2 weeks, and what are we going to do with all the collection camps that serve the purpose for a few hours or half a day? And the professional literature refers to those as ghettos. To Attila Jakab, Kiskunhalas, 1941 census showed that the number of converted were 28, and all of them were saved, all of them rescued. They didn't have to go into the ghettos. What's more, in the summer of 1944, the reformed community become a rescue place, an exemption department, and they issued documents for Jews, and all of them saved. Actually, the same thing happened in Szeged at the Catholic Church. Attila Pejin, My only remark is that Bácsalmás should be highlighted, and it must be emphasized that that was a special case. On the one hand, it was a ghetto, then it turned into the collection camp, a type of collection camp from where no deportation took place. They were transported to Szeged or to Baja. So that was a special exception of the rule in terms of Bácsalmás, because Subotica became overloaded as a ghetto and as a collection camp. So this was my only remarks. Thank you so much. Okay, Attila Guido, are you with us yet? Yes, I am here. Okay, then I'm sure you heard the questions of István. Yes. Briefly, yes. My answers with regards to the murders. Okay, this was not a widespread thing, widespread phenomenon. In itself, violent acts became in more and more occasions, and that's rather to the locals. We were typical to the locals. As for the collection camps and ghettos and the terminology, he mentioned many places of centers, and I do not want to refer to these as wagonizing centers. So actually Northern Transylvania was loaded with collection points which operated for a day or 2 days or 3 days. I think these we cannot call ghettos, because they were sometimes here, sometimes there. And then the Jews were relocated to the constant centers. They were collected there. And apart from one, which was Szamosújvár, okay, after 2 weeks they were transported to Cluj-Napoca, but the rest was working for at least a month, so they were functioning as ghettos, and they were kind of institutions. So after a month they were institutionalized. There was food supplies, medical care, maintaining order, so law enforcement, but at the same time violence. So it became a kind of a course of life at these institutions. So those I consider ghettos. Those places that operated for a day or two, I would not consider them ghettos. Thank you. I think that, yes, we covered the two Attilas, but one of the Attilas, but we addressed the other Attila as well. Briefly, please. Yes. Okay, yes, the Kiskunhalas case. Again, the issue of the tree and the forest, I think. So what we should look at is that, was it common practice or an exception? Basically, if I understood you correctly, that was true for Kiskunhalas only. That referred to Kiskunhalas only, so that in the ghetto of Kiskunhalas, there was a single, out of the 28 people, there was a single racially Jewish. There was not a single racially Jewish Christian person. And as for the Szeged issue, there is the letter of the bishop, the Catholic bishop, so that the Jews are deported. So this is exactly why I referred to this issue in my lecture, and I tried to raise your attention to the fact, so that this is a research which is non-existent as such. So it would be very worthwhile taking a deeper look. Actually, the issue of Kiskunhalas, the event of Kiskunhalas, is not put down on paper. So, yeah, okay, I understand. The other person says something, but the interpreter didn't hear it. So, yeah, there were many ghettos during 1944. 80 to 90,000 people is what we're talking about. That's a mess. So if you consider this amount, I think one could say that this group of the society would worth their story uncovered. So their story gets uncovered. So from Marosvásárhely to Győr, how did that happen? What happened to them in the various ghettos? And what was the behavior, the attitude of the local authorities? I mean the local churches. How many were saved and how many were taken away? And those who returned, and the racially Jewish Christian people, how they were received into the community, how they were admitted into the community, which did nothing for saving them, for making a difference in their lives. Attila Payin, would you like to react on? No, it seems no. No. Okay, actually, very briefly, we've got some time for another question, a brief question, if you would like to seize this opportunity. Thank you so much. To Attila Payin, my question is this. To what extent it was typical on the areas that, for example, the partisans of Tito included young Jewish people, so that they joined the partisans? Was it typical? And if so, what was the rate of the survivors who returned home, and those who survived because they joined the partisanship? Yes, okay, I leave it there because we've got time for one question. But perhaps I'm asking this question. So, to Attila Jakab. So, according to historical literature, the fact that Miklós Horthy governor stopped the deportations in July 1944, I think the Vatican's role was extensive. So, the Vatican demonstrated. Was it a serious argument? Was it something that Horthy seriously considered, as a result of which he stopped the deportations? So, all in all, practically, the churches called the Christians for accepting the situation as such. This is practically my question. Thank you. Quickly, all my answer is this. Practically, Horthy did stop deportations, but not because of the Vatican and the opposition of Vatican, but for various other reasons. Actually, religious leaders knew the records of Auschwitz. Horthy himself was aware of it. I think the problem was that when the deportations were stopped, that was the time when Budapest and its surrounding area, the external areas, were the ones from where Jews were taken away. And even after the stop, deportations took place. So Horthy's position was not as strong as he believed. So when he announced that, okay, we are out of the war, and the Hungarian Home Defense, as a one person, said, no, we continue, we carry on. So he did practically nothing. So my point is that when I emphasize the issue of racially Jewish questions, this is exactly what my point is. The ghettos from Marosvásárhely to Győr. So there are the tens of thousands of people who were deported throughout May, June, and July. As for the Vatican and the opposition of the Vatican, practically that's actually it's not the Vatican, but the papal nuncius who opposed. So the Vatican's view could be found out if we could start researches in the Vatican archives. It would be very interesting, or even in other archives of the religious church. But Rota Bishop's role is an important role. So he was the one who did do something. He tried to make a difference and he tried to save people. So there is many pieces that we don't have to the puzzle. So if we want to get a complete picture of what happened during the events. The historical literature gives us the same formula over and over again. Over and over again. That yes, that Rota saved people, but again, this Kiskunhalas issue. So now that you mentioned, but it's not very well known. And the other areas, the other points, what happened there? What happened? Why the Catholics of Szeged were in the ghetto, and why the Szeged bishop started become sensible to the issue when they were getting wagonized under wagonization. It was too late. So Attila Pain, basically it touches upon the problem of the jury, the elderly jury of the era between the two world wars. They had Hungarian identity, so the reannexation of the Bácska was kind of like liberation for them. The younger generation got socialized between the two world wars. They identified themselves with the communist, with the leftish attitudes, and hence they join those movements. So they are the ones who accept the rhetorics that Hungary not returns but occupies, reannexes but occupies Bácska. I can give you an example from Zenta, Zrenjanin, and what we found there. So when we attack the Soviets, then it was kind of like a moral duty to organize opposition, like, for example, burning cereals, so food supplies. So if there was nothing else that could be done in the Bácska, because that's a flat area, so all you could do as an armed partisan was doing things like this throughout July and August. But so all in all, they wanted to do something. As I said, throughout the autumn, a police-guided cleansing took place, and the so-called communist and leftist opposing people were cleaned out.
Of course, it did have some effects and results in the southern areas. So this is why, for example, in Novi Sad, there were certain razzias taking place, not only in Novi Sad, but also in the neighborhoods. In the second half of the 18th century, there was a region established which was mostly populated by Serbians and very less Jews. However, in Novi Sad, there were more Jews. However, even if the Jews didn't take part actively in the opposition, then they were said to be sympathizing with the activities. So, for example, it did happen that people were shooting at the Hungarian soldiers. So this type of communication was present, and pretty obviously women and children who were killed in these razzias were not active in any of the previously mentioned activities. Well, in Bácska and in the Nordic part of Bácska, basically, it did happen many often with the survivors that they were captured by the Soviet forces, and they were taken as prisoners to various camps. However, some people of Bácska did manage to rescue, because it turned out that they were originating from Yugoslavia. It's very interesting. I mean, this was the common notion that Bácska was part of Yugoslavia, and they managed to survive in a manner that they joined the Red Army. Or there were also examples, of course, not only for people of Bácska, but also for people who arrived from the former Yugoslavia, that they created a joint century and they marched together with the Red Army. And, at the very end, they joined the partisans, and this is how they managed to survive up until the liberation. So there were certain examples to this. This was mostly characteristic of people from other parts of Yugoslavia, Serbia, Croatia, etc. Thank you very much. Let me share another piece of data with Erika in connection with our exhibition from last year, because there were altogether 13 Jewish commanders in the Yugoslavian army. And if we consider that commanders represent the very top of an army, then I'm sure that there must have been very significant Jewish membership among the partisans. Well, the audience is really fortunate, and here I'd like to express my gratitude for the 2 days of attention. So I'd like to say thank you for having accepted our invitation. Thank you very much for coming. Some of you arrived from a great distance. Thank you very much, dear lecturers, for sharing your knowledge and experience with us, with the audience. In the first day, we wanted to have a look at European perspective. We wanted to explore what we mean by ghettos. And on the second day, we were focusing on Hungarian ghettos, ghettoization, and listened to presentations about Hungarian ghettos. And I think it has been proven that we still know little about ghettos, ghettoization. We are not sure about how to define ghettos. We still have questions about how the ghettos were operating, whom were taken to ghettos. And I think the biggest question is whether people in the neighborhood of, so what kind of opinion people living in the neighborhood of ghettos had in their minds, because of course residents of these towns did know that some ghettos were established and did know that Jews were taken there. I think all those who participated these 2 days have gained lots of knowledge, but I'm sure that you have already started to collect questions. So it's high time to start to consider when to organize the next conference on ghettoization and what the specific target, what the specific topic thereof should be. Thank you very much. Should you have any further questions, then of course on the first floor in our meeting room you have the opportunity to raise your questions from our speakers, but as noted, email is a fantastic form of raising questions. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and let me express my gratitude once more to our speakers.